Good morning. It is 8:30. We are here with Tom Gaines from Central Services for our weekly update. Welcome, Tom.
Well, good morning, commissioners. Good morning, Caitlin. Is Caitlin running the show this morning?
She is.
It's me. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm here.
So consent, number 20 on consent is the approval for Carosoft Technology Corporation annual Zoom renewal. We may be pulling that today, just so you know, or we may leave it. Last year, we went through quite the time going back and forth between Zoom, who uses Carosoft as their vendor that provides Zoom technology, and their terms and conditions that our prosecutor did not like. And it was painful, but we finally got through it. And it was a 3-year agreement. So we should just get an invoice and ask us to pay. We paid the first year, and so we should get an invoice the next 2 years, right, for the second and third year of that contract. And they sent it with new terms and conditions. So we're actively trying to communicate with Carosoft and Zoom to say, you can't, unless you can prove to us that nothing has changed in these terms and conditions, we're going to have to go through this entire review thing again, which we don't understand since we signed a 3-year agreement, and the only thing we should get is an invoice. Right. We're happy to pay it. There just can't be any changes in the terms and conditions. So that's our question to them, and we have not heard back yet. So we may pull it or ask you to pull it at consent, but we're hoping to get it worked out before that. And this all came about. I had a great 72 hours last night. It was awesome. You're gonna hear all about it.
Oh no, I'm scared.
So the other thing is there's no for GCTS. Also approval for an extended warranty. It's software and for the equipment. It's kind of weird. The language on it is weird. Doesn't really tell you what it is. This is the extended warranty and software that runs the body scanning system in the jail. So when they bring an inmate in, they go through a full body scan. So this is the expected renewal. It is part of the quad and software maintenance budget, but that is what that is, and it was expected. So that's it for consent. Samaritan Hospital. So I did receive an email from Teresa Sullivan regarding Samaritan. And one of the options, I don't know that I can speak to it very much. Sorry. I don't know that I can speak to it very much, because I don't know how much of it is public. But they're still trying to work with the state on something with that hospital. I don't know what it is, but they haven't gotten very far. They are still working with their legal department and reviewing the invoices, and they haven't come to a decision as to how they're going to deal with that yet. But it was nice to get an email that it is being, it hasn't just been dropped. So the coroner's office, we sent letters to the 3 general contractors who now have scheduled interviews to be held on August 14th in the city council chambers at City Hall. The contractors invited to interview are Swinnerton, Boughton, and Lighted Construction. We informed Belsass and Smith, Howard S. Wright, MH Construction, and Cascade Central that they aren't going to be going to interviews, so they weren't shortlisted. There were 3 that really stood out after we scored all of them, and those were Swinnerton, Boughton, and Lighted in no particular order. So we will interview those 3 on August 14th and then make a decision after that as to what general contractor will go into contract with. I do have a general design basis from the architect. It's been shared with Craig. He's attending an international corners conference in Las Vegas, and we will meet Monday the 28th with the architect. I've asked Craig to review the initial design offer from the architect and to solicit feedback from all of his peers. It's kind of good timing at the conference on what they would build if they had the opportunity to do it all over again, as we go through our due diligence. It'd be nice to build without a weird miss because we didn't perform every bit of due diligence. It seems like an elementary basic building, but it's also when you could easily forget something and it would be significant, so Anyway, so he has the opportunity to talk about, hey, I'm building a new morgue. What would you do? What what did you not like about yours? So hopefully he brings some good feedback before we have this meeting on Monday.
Yeah.
And the design was, the architect literally said, as per our conversations, this is what I think you need. It lays out this way on the site. This is the best way to do a drive-through. Tell me what you think. It's just an initial kind of throwing spaghetti at the wall. So we really kind of need Craig to look at it. On the jail, so we're about 65% complete with the buildings. Currently, windows are being installed in the jail administration building, the sheriff's administration building, while they also complete the interior walls and drywall with some within the same buildings. Interior finishes are continuing throughout, and the siding is going on the evidence storage and logistical building next to it. Billing through June shows billing at 64%. I had us at 65%. They're billing through 64%, totaling $93,502,526.71. We are still tracking below budget, but we do have some significant change orders coming that will affect our contingency. Somewhere between $400,000 and $600,000. We're still working on some of the details. This is due to dozens of small items that add up over time. You just kind of set them aside. So we'll get it. My phone's starting to blow up all of a sudden. I'm sorry. I'm going to turn that over. It's distracting. On the RAB.
Catastrophe. You better look at that. We could have.
No, that was Sam Dart. So Sam Dart, and then it was also somebody at FedEx. I'll talk about that stuff in a minute. So on the RAB, if you remember, our initial budget for that was about $4 million. We thought it was going to be between 3 and 4. Our final GMP, guaranteed maximum cost, is $2,552,937. But that's not going to be the county's cost. So the Washington State Department of Transportation is going to provide $500,000 towards that. We are also performing additional work requested by both the city and Grant County PUD. That work will be billed to both, and when we add sales tax and Leidig's markup, the total for the work combined is $149,965.20, making our cost on the RAB $1,902,971.80.
Okay, 1.9 million. Is that what you said?
1.9 million. Yep. So considerably cheaper than the $4 million we expected, and I'm still going to look for ways to get that cost down, but it's a far cry from the $4 million that we're expecting. So this is, oh, if you guys want to see it, sorry, I don't know why I brought up the GMP for the roundabout.
Well, that's great news. Thank you.
It is great news. It's much better than we expected. So the logistics of this, it's involved a significant amount of coordination between the county, Leidig, the city, public utility district, WSDOT, the port, the school district, and numerous other entities with a stake in the project. The detour is being put in place today. I appreciate the heads up. I'll get out there and look at it. That's what I'm doing after we're done here.
Okay.
And we've posted information about this on Facebook. It's been shared by the sheriff, picked up by One Source News, the Columbia Basin Herald, and KXLY News 4 did a deal on it. So all in the hope of informing the public as best we can regarding the work, its timing, impact, and results, which is a significant public safety project that I think speaks well to the coordination between the various public entities that serve Grant County. I think, if it all goes well, it's a feather in our cap as far as local governance is concerned. Everybody came together. Notably, the port determined in the 11th hour that an interlocal agreement was going to be required for us to utilize Airport Road. This came up Thursday.
Do they own the road?
They do. They
You
do. Yeah. Now we'd had emails going back and forth numerous times. It was all okay, but one of their port commissioners is an attorney. I don't know which one. So he wrote something up, and they get it over to me, and it's like, this has to be in place before the detour. I'm like, that's 2 days. So I grabbed it and got it off to Barbara, who made some changes, got it back. The I want to thank the prosecutor's office, specifically Barbara Duerbeck, for dropping everything she had to do on Thursday and giving this agreement the attention it required. I need to sign it today. The port placed my name on the signature block, and neither Barb or I have an issue with me signing it, or the board can sign it. And I don't know, it would be the chair's signature if anybody's, but it's got my name on it, and it's an interlocal to an agreement that I've brokered with the port. So if you guys are fine with me signing that, I'll go ahead and sign that.
I think as long as legal's looked at it and they're okay with
They
it,
have.
I don't see a problem with that.
Cindy, do you have any issue?
Nope, I do not.
All right. Oh, that's this one. And this contract will be again, another one that the PAO has said is fine for me to sign, but I want to make you aware of it. Due to its nature and timing and after review of the prosecutors, actually, I did sign this. I'm sorry. I'm just making you aware. Sign an agreement with the Washington State Department of Transportation for the $500,000 allotment they're giving us. So this, again, was another thing that happened in the last 72 hours where they said we had to have a contract in place for you to do the work and for us to reimburse you the money. So since it's us receiving the money, the PAO didn't have an issue with me signing that. And again, this was something that we received on Wednesday and had to be done by Friday. So that was fun. So that's done. So interesting note on that. So we've started the work. We don't actually have an approved set of plans yet with the DOT. We're at 98.5% complete. Now, that being said, the back and forth between the DOT and our design engineer is comments. You know, they had a set of plans to say, hey, wait a minute, you know, before we can approve these plans, we need you to address this thing, and they made a comment. So that is going back and forth. We fully expect that the plans will be approved and 100% complete this week. But that also entailed getting a general permit that I had to sign from the DOT, which also happened on Thursday, Friday, for us to even do the work. So the DOT provided a general permit so they could start grinding up the roadway today.
Sure.
And the permit is good for 1 week. And if he has to extend that, then he'll extend it. And if not, then we'll have to pull off. But I don't see that that's going to happen. The DOT has stated numerous times, we will not be the entity that holds this up if anything goes wrong. So they're going to make sure that we have all of our permits in place. So a lot of balls in the air, a lot of stuff still going on. That was the permit. And then the last thing we're doing is we do have to have a special inspector. We have employed a special inspector throughout the entire project, the jail project, geoprofessional innovation. They're required to do slump testing, compaction testing. They are doing the testing on any welds and bolt patterns and things like that. So we are going through their proposal. Friday, they got it to us for the roundabout. And Hearst is looking at it, who's our contractor building the roundabout, the architect, lighting, and myself. And we're all reading through this, making sure it's good to go. And then the architect will likely have him under contract by the end of this week. And then that's the last piece we need. And that's the special inspector. So we'll see what happens with the detour. I know that the Washington State Department of Transportation has said that they'll take a look at traffic patterns, complaints, that kind of thing. And if we have to revisit it and change the detour routes, we will. And August 6th, there is a meeting scheduled between the city, the county, the school district, and the contractors to review the detour and how it's working, its impact on the community and that kind of thing. And we'll adjust as necessary, if not beforehand. So, but that's the date we have actually scheduled to do that. So on Renew, I see on the agenda that we're going to have a 5-year lease option for Renew. I'll get in touch with Dell to ensure that Moberg understands the technology needs of the county government as they build out the tenant spaces. I don't want Dell to move into a brand new building and only have one data port in each office.
Right.
So they'll need to make sure that they understand what we need from a data standpoint. And I don't know if they're planning or want any kind of cameras or anything like that on the building, but I know when New Hope initially rented the place in Moses Lake, there was a lot of back and forth about who was going to be responsible for that stuff. And the owner was really good about it, but it was kind of chaotic because it was last minute. So if that's on consent and that's what's going to be approved, then I'll reach out to Dell and start working with Moberg, since I haven't even seen this building, but it's still under construction.
Yeah.
So good time to get in there and make sure that that's taken care of. The project for central service is going well. I do need to figure out the budget extension and submit that to you. I will do that this week. I also need to order furniture this week, and that approximate cost is $60,000, which is a bit lower than what we had to do in some of these other offices. We did make compromises on materials to try and reduce the price, and the price is based on a cooperative purchase contract that we use for this. The expected occupancy is mid-August, but the furniture.
The furniture will be here that soon?
Well, that might.
Okay.
Yeah, that might take a little bit longer to arrive. We're hoping that it's here. And working with CDA, they think it will be, but they should be complete with the building, and we should have occupancy by mid-August. So we'll look forward to that.
Exciting.
It is. I'm still working on ideas for the space that we're creating. You know, a lot of the basement of the courthouse is going to be empty. I do have some ideas, and I'll be providing that to the board in the next week or two for consideration.
I'm going to throw this out there really quick. The prosecutor's office, we have two different, is there a way to somehow put those two offices together?
Yeah, there is, but it's a
Okay.
couple of years down the road.
Okay.
So I do have a plan for that, but I don't know if it'll come to fruition.
Okay.
There isn't enough space down there to bring them all together.
I don't know when the sheriff leaves, which will be some time.
There's not that much office space down there, and the first person I opened that up to was Kim Allen, and she was adamantly opposed to having her crew split like that with some people downstairs and upstairs.
Because the prosecutor's office has a law library, the emergency management, but it will be larger, so.
Well, the prosecutor, it's going to be interesting. Has Kevin discussed the 2026 budget with the board at all, and in regards to the Supreme Court, this Washington State Supreme
Yes,
Court decision?
okay, yes, our multiple attorneys that need to be, yeah, they're slowly increasing that each year.
Well, so the Supreme Court took into account the budget calendars for counties, you know, realizing that no county was going to be able to meet the requirements of what they passed in 1 year, so they spread it out over a couple of years. But I don't know what that looks like for 2026. And I don't know if Kevin's talked to you. It's just a kind of a bug in your ear to ask him, you know, due to that decision, what budget considerations do we have to have going into 2026? Because it's going to affect everybody, especially the caseload standards are pretty extreme, and it's going to be a huge hit on the budget. That being said, he can't find anybody local. I think he really needs to follow up on what Chelan County is doing. Chelan County is recruiting attorneys out of the South, and they're working for a lot less.
Are they doing it online?
Most of them are in person, but the pay in Washington State and the caseload standards make life much easier in Washington State than it is in Georgia, Alabama, Louisiana, Florida, Texas.
Yeah, they'd have to get their
The bar.
bar license here.
But apparently that's not a problem. Chelan County has not had any issues recruiting attorneys from the South, and they don't have any openings. They said, we're full.
Wow.
So, and we don't have a problem getting them. She goes, but we don't recruit in the Northwest. I thought that was really interesting. Yeah. So I would love to see them all together. But those are two big things that I think will, they're kind of in the background. They're not, you know, they're not the shiny pennies that grab your attention, but the budget for the prosecutor and the things that are happening with the public defender are both things I think that the county needs to look at next year before. I mean, I would be asking Brett and asking Kevin before we start budget meetings, what kind of impact are you looking at next year?
Well, that's also gonna change here real soon as far as Kevin being gone, so.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, and that's going to be something that's really going to have to be top of mind for whoever the new prosecutor is.
Right.
It's weird, you know, you walk down there, there's quite a few, there's still some empty offices. So, anyway, but again, kudos to Barb for helping me out. She was huge the past couple of days. Without having her just drop what she was doing and help me out, we would be in a different spot this morning. So I told her I owe her one. I owe her. The other thing I'm going to do with Renew is I'll be setting up one of the companies that I met at NACO. I'm sorry, I skipped back. I didn't finish Renew. Going back to Renew. There's a company out of the UK which has incredibly strict HIPAA laws. They're stricter than they are here in the US. But they've got an AI generated platform that takes notes for clinicians when you're out meeting with somebody and you've got if you're in somebody's house and you're having to do whatever aid you're giving, your phone can sit there in the background and it recognizes, as long as the clinician is smart and says, this is Tom and I'm speaking to Kevin or I'm speaking to Cindy, it will automatically recognize the differences in the voices and it'll automatically transpose those notes. And it's guaranteed to be like 99.9% accurate. It's a really interesting take on note taking, especially it's built around the HIPAA laws in the US. It's built around confidentiality. It's built around the way somebody has to own that data. It can't be on somebody else's servers, and how you do that. So we're gonna set up just a demo with Dell. He's got something similar, but as I was talking to him about this, it sounded like it solved some issues or some possible problems. So one of the things that I learned out of NACO. And speaking of NACO, I'm going to move on to that. First of all, I brought you all something. Rob's not here. Is Rob online with us? I talked to him. And
He is not online, no.
Okay, well, he gets one of these. You get one of these. And here's a coin from NACO.
Wow.
Yeah.
You just cleaned house there.
I
Thank you.
did, and a nice challenge coin.
Oh, that's a really nice one. Wow.
Well, it's their 90th year, so it was kind of a big deal. So that's why they have the book that talks about 90 years of NACO.
This is a very nice.
Yeah, it is. And having Keith and Evan there exposed, as I like to say, to the sea outside of their fishbowl, I think was excellent. We'll be working on amending our current data policies to include the use of AI, outlining how it can be utilized and how it should not be used. We may consider employing new AI-based software to enhance efficiencies within the county, but we will implement gradually and with a purposeful approach. I genuinely enjoy these conferences as not only do I always learn something new, but they also provide the opportunity to think of fresh approaches and discuss these with peers from around the country. Undoubtedly, the most valuable item is the learning you receive from speaking with your peers. I also learned that the high performance training, the HPL, is being structured under a new cooperative contract, one that we're signatory to, and the price is going down. So it's going to be cheaper starting in 2026 if we want to have more people go to the high performance leadership. Instead of it being $1,500 per person, it's going to be $1,000.
Wow.
So that's quite a difference. So that's going to be good. And they did that because so many counties struggle with their budgets. There was a lot of discussion also about the impending doom of the big, beautiful bill. And I don't know how large that impact will be on our county. If at all, there will be some fears as we advance, I think, but I think the key will be examining how we deliver our services and what the county's role should be.
Tom, we already nailed pretty high Washington State, thanks to our governor. So I don't think that it could get any worse than what we've got.
It was really interesting. It was really interesting as we listened to this forum. So there was a gentleman giving a federal policy update, and I need to go into executive session quickly outside of this, so I'll try and make this really brief. And Caitlin, I need you down here for my executive session.
Neat.
The federal policy update was given by a guy who is an employee of NACO, very left-leaning individual. He was fear-mongering like nobody's business about this big, beautiful bill. And he was agreeing with people who stood up, commissioners from Oregon, who their language was, we know we're looking at a fiscal cliff because of the ending of ARPA and CARES Act funding. And we need to replace those dollars. And it's like, those dollars were never permanent. They were temporary. You can't just continue to print trillions of dollars. So you thinking that these things are going to go on forever?
You're not stealing Caitlin from us.
Yeah, you thinking that these things are going to go on forever? You should never have stood up programs and hired employees thinking it was going to be forever. And that's what a lot of the discussion was over. And it's like, well, we didn't do that in Grant County because we were smarter than that, you know. So
yeah, the funding goes away.
Anyway, if we could, so I appreciate the board's support regarding conferences and travels. Sometimes it seems like excess, but I think there's real value in what can be learned. I don't know where the board is on the whole county administrator plan. I hope that if one is hired, I'll still be able to go to these conferences because I think it'll be a county administrator's decision as to whether they go or not. It facilitates a great deal of future planning for processes, policies, and initiatives, and it truly helps shape the direction of my departments, and I'm sure many others. Early registration is open for county leaders in Spokane. I would like to attend, but don't feel like I could do so without the board providing direction. And I have been asked to speak at that with one of our vendors, which I'd be happy to do. But anyway, with that, I'm going to go the last 4 minutes and talk about personnel evaluation and go into executive session.
Okay, so personnel disciplinary or just evaluation?
Evaluation.
Job applicant evaluation, RCW 4231-10-1G. Good morning, it's 9 o'clock. We are out of executive session and we will roll into our update with development services.
Well, and sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. No decisions were made. It's just informational. And any questions for me?
No, thank you for this.
All right.
I had one, but I can't remember it now.
Thank you.
I'll get all of you later.
Yeah. Okay.
After I remember.
Yeah. How are you, man?
I'm good, sir. How are you?
I'm good. Good to see you.
You too. Get your candy.
That's not my candy.
Anybody who wants.
Now that I know it's here, I'll probably sneak in here later. I have a key, so I'll see you later.
Take them with you. Good morning.
Morning.
Morning, it's 9:01. We've already announced.
Already
So
announced?
You're probably in the hall. Yeah, we
Okay.
just transitioned out of one since we're running late and into the other.
Well, good morning. Happy Monday. I don't have a whole heck of a lot. It was a busy week last week. We got a lot done, but I do have one topic I'd like to get ahead of. And if you had any questions for me, I would happily take them. And that one topic is yurts out at KB. Has anybody been made aware of or had any discussions with anybody about 10 yurts out at KB?
I haven't heard anything about any yurts being put up in KB.
Okay, excellent. So the original applicant out of KB, there was 26 yurts that I'm sure everybody was familiar with. Those had come down and are being replaced by 26 individual hospitality units that were pre-sold last November. If you may have recalled a Sotheby's event that took place for Vince Coluccio. Those yurts that came down were then donated by Vince Coluccio back to the original developer, and that original developer, Vince Bryan, has installed them at the entrance. He applied for a revision to his master plan, his MPR, to allow for these 10 units. They're supposed to be for workers during the concert season and also to be made available for rent, kind of similar to what's happening next door at the Gorge and the glamping sites. He has also applied for building permits for all 10 of those yurts. We went out and inspected last Wednesday and determined them not to be safe. So we had him make some corrections, went out and re-inspected them on Friday, and they continued to not pass the muster. So
Is it because of the way they're constructed or just the condition that they're in?
the way that they were constructed. Yeah, so unfortunately, everything of course begins with the foundation. Foundations were not round, they're not level. So we have yurts that are up to 26 degrees out of plumb. don't know how they're going to get there, but basically we've asked that they bring in either the, somebody from your manufacturer to sign off on the way that these were installed, and if there's any corrections that can be made to them, or an engineer to come in and do the same. So just wanted to make the board aware in case Vince Bryan decides to pick up the phone and like he's late claimed that he might do, and just wanted to make the board aware that we've kind of been bending over backwards to try to make it happen for them, and that there's just no path there that we can see that's safe.
Is it a concrete base?
It is a concrete base. Yeah.
Typically, when people pour concrete, it's pretty, I mean, they level it.
But
Yeah. Unfortunately for him, I don't know who the contractor was that he used. It's very unfortunate. It just, again, it started off poorly. We didn't have an opportunity. He had the permits hadn't even been applied for at the time that they formed and poured the bases, so we didn't get an opportunity to inspect those. We had a meeting with him last week in the office and reminded him of that had he had applied for the permit and we had an opportunity to, inspect those at the time that they were formed, we might have been able to help him out, but that wasn't the case. So, so he came in after the fact, applied, and we've been trying to work with him as they erected these units, and it's just not gone well. So. So Commissioner Carter, it is in your district, and I wanted to make
I'm sure I'll be getting a call.
Yeah, I just wanted to.
Thanks for the heads up.
Wanted to make you aware. So outside of that, we continue to press forward, working through developer agreements for the 2 solar projects that we continue to talk about. So that's going well. We had a fire marshal update, so thank you for the information you provided. He had reached out to Airbnb and is trying to work through that portal. I think it's been a little bit of a challenge for him, but he's going to continue to press forward. So
good. I'll contact that gal and let her know that we're working on it.
Yep.
They were just upset because they're following the rules, and there's so many others down there that just said, well, Grant County's not going to do anything about it, so we're just going to continue doing what we're doing. And we're not going to get permits.
Yeah, no, that's not the case.
So they felt that was just not right. So
Yeah. And we still don't have a decision back on 2 of the 4 conditional use permit applications that we took to hearing 2 weeks ago. One of the hearings, the one out on Edwards Drive, that record was held open until Friday. So I would expect that we probably will get that notice of decision or that decision back from the hearing examiner by this Friday. That will be the 10th business day. And those constituents have been reaching out wanting to know what that decision is. And then I emailed them again and reminded them what their appeal path is. So they've got up to 21 days to file an appeal with Grant County Superior Court. Should that notice come back or that decision come back approved. So, and then when it does come back, I'll be sure to email the board so that you're aware, because like I said, that one's pretty contentious. So it will inevitably receive some attention, I'm sure. But again, I think that'll come back probably, well, no later than Friday. So. Okay. Well, that's
Good.
it for me. Unless you guys have questions, I'll give you 20 minutes of your day back.
Okay, I do not have any other
Sure.
questions.
Okay.
Not yet, but I'm sure I will after I get a your call.
Yeah, hopefully not. Hopefully not, but.
It is 9:07. We are in recess until 9:30.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
thank you.
Thanks for the help. Thank you. Good morning. It is 9:30. We are here for the Commissioner's Office update. We have our pending decision spreadsheet.
Have
I
it.
don't see
I
anything that's
printed it.
been.
Do I have a whole stack for you guys? So that way I can just walk up here once. The
Coordinated entry. Is Rob joining us? I thought it was going to be online.
Well, it says there's 4 people online, but he had said that he would be on an airplane during this update. So he had emailed me his comments. Actually, I don't know why I'm looking at it. We can see from here.
Okay.
No, Emily is online in case you have any questions, and the other one is a Jerome Hayward's.
So we have the coordinated 5-year plan,
Yes.
smaller attractive items, ADA access to the county museum. We need to be asking Tom, and I thought we put that in the budget though. I keep saying that. Or with Public Works with paths and trails.
I'll make a note.
Yeah, last I heard they were gonna be paving a spot out there for that ADA access.
Okay. A safety committee accident prevention program. Blair, I'm assuming is still working on that.
You have no public hearings this week. For review of this week's meetings, did you guys have any questions about any of the meetings on the agenda?
No.
The Wasatch County Leaders Conference, is anybody else going to that?
Rob has said that he plans on attending that. He also said that he would not mind doing that Board of Health training in Ellensburg. When it comes to the budget, Emily and I are looking at it. When the budget spreadsheets got created, incorrect values got put into our office's one. So Emily and I are gonna take some time later this week to go through all of the budgets and figure out what's correct and what needs to be fixed. So hopefully next week, I can get you guys some better numbers on what's left in the training and the seminars and skills and
because
workshops.
thank you, and I'll share with Kevin, when I looked at it, we had less than $1,000 left
Yes. And
in our training budget or travel, and I'm like, this is not gonna
which
fly.
so it appears that we did only have 10,000 budgeted, and our spreadsheet that I've been working off of had 15,000, which was wrong.
Okay.
But one of the charges on this expense, the expense sheet that we were looking at online, it says that we've used like $900 more than what I've got in our spreadsheet. So we're just trying to figure out if there's any other lines that have incorrect values. So that way, when I reach out to Mandy, we can just send her one email saying, can you send us the itemized expenses for these funds? So yes, hopefully next week we'll know for sure what's.
So yes, our
correct and what's
budget's a
not.
little tight, so we're trying to figure out what's going on, but I do think it's.
But yes, Rob says that he does plan to attend WASAC and that he would like to attend, he wouldn't mind doing the health training. And I think we were just looking for confirmation from you guys, but with the budget.
I think the
being
health
what it
district,
is,
yeah, the sign up, so he'll need to work with Teresa, I think she's the one signing up for the health district.
Yeah, if we don't have the funds in the budget for the leaders conference, Rob can go.
Well, it's important to go though, so we'll have to figure out.
And then I'll follow up with Barb tomorrow when she's back in office, but like I said, I don't think there's any other big trainings coming up that would really, hit the travel budget hard, because the trainings that I'm going to, I'll just be borrowing a Public Works car, and so there won't be like a, reimbursement claim or anything, and the registration's paid for, so.
Okay, yeah, on that health, so if Rob wants to go. Our director isn't even going to it, so I thought, well, it must not be that important if
Well,
the health district director and half the staff aren't going.
all right, well,
So-
I will direct him to Teresa.
Okay,
And then I'll put both of these on the agenda again for next week, when we've got a better idea about the budget.
Yeah, if I can go to the leaders conference, I wouldn't mind going.
Yeah, no. So yeah, we'll wait, hear back.
And because last time I was a nobody.
No, you need to go.
I was a newbie.
I'm gonna skip the boards and committees update just real quick and hit these other two. Something that Barb and I had talked about, just something to throw out to the commissioners to think about. The county employees, for the most part, know that the meetings are recorded via Zoom and that they're posted on the YouTube, and we have the sign. But we had thought that for guests coming in, so like last week, Barbara Walters was here with the libraries or that Firm Foundations group, it might be nice for the commissioners to just say out loud that the meetings are recorded and will be posted to YouTube at a later date. Just so people know, because I mean, we don't know if they read the signs or not, but it might be good to
Remind them.
Yes. So for example, the prosecuting attorney interviews this afternoon, that might be beneficial to let them know that. And obviously, I mean, if you want to tell them that executive sessions are not part of that, you can, but I would assume that they would know. And then the Public Works request for funds for the Gorge Reader Board. The notes that I had for that fund, or for the funds, was for it to come out of 133, which is the economic enhancement. Do you remember, is that correct? For it to come out of 133?
What were you asking, 133?
The Public Works requested $150,000 for the installation of the reader board at the Gorge.
Yes. Should be 133.
133, okay.
So
And then,
what are those reader boards? Are they just,
There was just a
Primary.
balance of them.
that's a great
Yes,
Public Works
they are.
question.
So
Okay.
it is capital, 133 could be capital. And it is on our, because we use refunding, it is on our facilities capital plan. So we can use that 133.
Do you know,
Tourism would be an ideal, but
do you know, are you guys thinking it would be a transfer from the ending fund balance to the Public Works project fund in the full amount of 150, or is it like they'll be
no, I don't
sending
think it was
invoices
gonna be
to us?
150. I think it was whatever the balance, the shortfall would have been.
You approved on consent last week 150,000.
But we're not gonna pay for something that they don't use. So it'll be up to 150. I think it was gonna be like 130, 140. So we just did 150. So when they get the bill, they were short. So when they get that invoice, will just come out of, I don't know if we transfer it over to them.
We haven't
Or-
done anything with it.
Yeah, I'd wait until, they're doing an RFP, I believe.
Okay.
And so when we get that, just pay the balance due.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know if it needs to be a transfer. I just think we need to find,
Well, if they just send us the invoice and we pay
Yeah.
it out, then that's totally fine. We're just making sure that we have the process right to, you know, if we needed a budget extension hearing or something like that. But if we're just doing paying the invoice, then we can,
I don't believe it was budgeted. I don't know what was budgeted in that account. So we may need to do a budget extension.
just from, like, we have I think a project fund or professional services maybe in 133. And I know that there's plenty in the ending fund balance that can pay for it. So we could do an extension to project or professional
Yeah, I
services
just
or
don't know
whatever.
where we're at here. Let me look.
But we can do the budget extension after we see the invoice.
Okay.
It'd be nice to know what those signs, what they are. Are they
They're permanent.
Are they just
Oh, yes, I
directional
think they
signs
talked
or-
about it when you were.
They changed. So I believe that the officers can change. They could be warning signs, they could be, lane
Okay.
traffic. But I believe that's where,
Are they electronic signs?
I believe so, yes. That's where the cost is, so they can, because that's what they were saying, the sheriff could change the,
And we got 5 minutes here for public records update, so I'm gonna just real quick whip through this boards and committees update. I gave you guys the minutes for the tourism budget meeting. So I will send those out to the advisory committee this week as per their requested changes to their bylaws. I'm still waiting on a signature from the vice chair for that to be on consent for you guys to officially approve. I'm gonna skip over the storage unit. The travel planner RFP scoring. I'm sure you guys saw Pam Thorson's email regarding the next steps. I'm just looking for guidance on drafting a response to her. So what was discussed with the commissioners, well, between the commissioners and myself, was that we would have the scorecards and we would figure out the top 3 scoring proposers based off of the completed scorecards that the scoring team turned in. And then after that, the commissioners would decide if you wanted to do interviews, if you wanted to request more information, if you wanted some other thing. So Pam is looking for clarification on the next stage. She says that hasn't been shared. She's correct. I have not shared that with her beyond saying that the commissioners will be the ones to decide that. So she is wondering what is next. I also shared some concerns with her because she turned in an incomplete scorecard.
Mine was
And
incomplete too. I did
yours-
struggle.
Yours was complete because you gave all of them a score. Pam
Okay.
only gave 3 proposers a
Okay.
score and put a note on her scorecard that she only scored the top 3 preferred with no other information. So I told her that I felt that including an incomplete scorecard would skew the results and therefore not be fair. It does skew the results, but not by much. In total honesty, it's not a lot. The top scorer is still the top scorer. It didn't change the top 3. And she did have opinions about that response. And I am also sure that you guys saw her email asking. Yes, I do want to express just a small amount of frustration with her comments that 3 other tourism volunteers have discussed with her their concerns. And that is just a little frustrating because I told them multiple times that if they had questions or frustrations to feel free to reach out to me at any time. And I really only received concerns from Pam and Sandra, who Sandra just did not fill out the score sheet, did not want to, did not feel that it was effective. So she didn't, and that's fine. But so sorry, back to the original question. What would the commissioners like to do next with the top 3?
I think we'll look at the top 3 and make a decision.
Yeah,
Okay.
I agree.
Okay. Do you want to include the entire selection committee in this decision, or do you commissioners?
No, I think that we can definitely, that's
I
what
think
we've
we gotta
asked them
do the way
to
to
do.
make that decision.
Okay.
We can include them or not include them, but we've got their notes, their score.
Yep, I'll send you guys the scoring roundup
Okay.
here today when I distribute it to the committee, and I will inform them that the commissioners will look at the top 3.
But I don't mind, either way, if they want to be a part of it.
I can almost guarantee that Pam Thorson will want to be a part of it.
But if she wants to be a part of it, I think if Pam wants to be part of it, I would like the tourism committee to have her be the liaison. I don't want to just grab somebody willy-nilly and just put them on. So if they're okay with a representative from tourism to attend.
Well, and even if they had 2 people from tourism attend, would be fine too.
Okay.
So it's not just one person.
So do you want me to schedule like a meeting time then, like on a Monday or Tuesday with the commissioners and however many of tourism to sit
That
down?
probably
and
would be
review?
best.
Okay.
Squeeze them in somewhere.
And I don't think it's going to take more than 15 minutes.
Okay. Okay. I will get working on that. The storage unit, I'll just bring around next week. It's not like a time pressing thing, but I did give you guys, it's just a small list of the things that are in the storage unit. They are wanting to get rid of those items and cancel the storage unit contract. So I will
Okay,
bring
so
that.
we need to surplus all of these.
That is the question, is if we need to surplus them, if they can just do with them as they will, if the commissioners want to look at them, but it is public records time now, so
Okay.
I'll
I think we just submit, yeah, I don't know. That would be a question for Rebecca.
Okay, sounds good. I can forward that to her then. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now we're kind of playing musical office today because there's not very many of us here, so she's running back up.
Is, Barb's gone, is,
Barb and Carrie are both out. Blair is up there.
okay. Well, thank you for, how's everything going in the world of public records?
Good. Good. Gotten some kind of longer, more in-depth requests that have required us getting some clarification from requesters and kind of contacting multiple departments. Some kind of more challenging requests, I guess, lately, along with the police report request and things like that. We've gotten some of those kind of sprinkled in with what we're working on. Had an interesting request from Andrew Copen.
Mm-hmm.
And it was, the reason it was kind of unusual because it had nothing to do with the Grant County Republican Party. It actually had to do with his street in Pelican Point, Stacy Drive.
Yeah,
I don't know if you guys have heard of that. Probably,
Yeah, I've
by now you
seen-
probably have.
the sheriff answered, yeah.
But I got a good explanation from Gary Mansford. I had reached out to him. Gary called me and kind of gave me the explanation and what I told Gary is, from my years in real estate, was, does the CCNR say anything? Because in all this, I haven't heard anybody say anything about the CCNRs. And he said, Mike, not really, but the problem is that this road was constructed like this.
County road.
Well, because of the wetlands on one side of it, they couldn't make it a 30-foot road. It's 22 feet wide. And so when you start parking on both sides of it, it creates a problem. But anyway, it was just interesting that I read in the paper that Andrew's withdrawing from the Republican Party, and then I got a request. I figured that was what it was going to be, and it was for the Stacy Drive. So and Gary said he's probably not going to really like Joey's response, but it is what it is. It's
Yeah, no, a
for
cul-de-sac.
emergency purposes, for emergency vehicle purposes. I told him, I said, who'd be the first one to complain if their house was on fire and the fire truck couldn't get in there? You don't think Andrew's going to complain about that if that happens to him at the end of the street?
Well,
So anyway, I understood that made sense to me when they explained to me, and I didn't really care, but it made sense of why he was making the request, and it had nothing to do with the Republican Party and that, and different issue. But it was explained good to me from Gary, and I understood. And there's not really a whole lot to respond with as far as responsive records. He's actually looking for answers to questions, which we don't really do. We provide our documents, and there wasn't a whole lot there. But we responded back with what the sheriff's office provided. But that was kind of an interesting one, just because the requester didn't match up really with what we're normally used to seeing as his requests.
Well, in a cul-de-sac, there's a purpose for a cul-de-sac, and that's to turn around. So you can't normally park in a cul-de-sac. And we have never issued an approval for people, children, to put a basketball hoop in the right-of-way, in a road, in a street, and encourage kids to play in the road. We have never allowed that. So I don't know what the problem is. If they want to play basketball, put it on your own. We just can't do that.
It just sounded like to me that they'd done it before and figured, why can't we continue to do it?
Well, I think
And
we
they
do
fin-
it
and they-
until it's.
And they
caught.
finally got complained about, and then it needed to be dealt with, and so that's what the sheriff's office was doing. And I'm sorry that it's happened. You got away with it before, and it wasn't brought to your attention, but now it is. And so I didn't think that was a very good argument, that we've been doing this, and everyone on the street has been doing it. Well, like I said, if your house is on fire and the fire truck can't get to you, you're going to have a bigger complaint than just where your vehicles can be parked. anyway, that was kind of an interesting one because I didn't quite understand where it was coming from and had a good explanation from the sheriff's office that kind of explained
I
it.
saw that. But that's probably not the last of it, but we'll see.
No, I'm sure. Yes, sure. Had another interesting request that this guy wanted us to check pretty much all. I think this was kind of at least a statewide. I don't know if it went bigger than that, but he was checking to see if he wanted any records that had to do with anybody that was related to the Moorish community. And so he provided, it was a very strange request, and he required these names, and he wanted the search to be these names or combinations of these names or parts of these names. And so I called him up. I just figured it was going to be a hard thing to communicate through an email. So I called him up and spoke to him, and I just said, it's hard to search anything when you're referring to a religious affiliation or a cultural affiliation, because that's kind of what the county stays away from. You don't identify what your religious affiliation is when you identify yourself in most county documents. So I don't know exactly what we're going to be able to find.
I've never heard of it.
Yeah, and the Moorish, I hadn't either. I looked it up a little bit. I still don't quite understand exactly what it is. But then we're finding out from other auditors. It was kind of sent to the auditor's office and then forwarded to us. And then we're finding out from other auditors that they're getting similar requests. But it is still taking a while for the departments to search. They at least have to do a search of those names to see if they have anything that matches any of those names. But I got him. I said, the problem is the names that you're suggesting. When we do a search for that, it's catching everything that has those three letters in it. Like one was Bay. Well, everything that has Bay in it is being caught by your search. We can't tell our system to search just for the names that include that.
Right.
And so I got him. I said, can you just give us like some last names that we can have these departments search instead of combinations? And then we're not going to get any consistency from the departments because they're all going to be searching a little differently depending on what combinations they use. So let's at least get some names that we're all agreeing upon that we're going to search. And so I got them down to 9 names and 9 last names and forward those on to departments, and they're doing what they can to search. But it's just a very unique search because of this a religious affiliation. And then again, if it's that can be exempt from disclosure if it's real, a religious affiliation. So don't quite know what he's looking for. When I talked to him, he said they had in Tacoma they have a Moorish center, and they're feeling like there's a lot of people in Washington that are Moorish that don't know that they're there. And I thought this was kind of a weird way to go about trying to find those people by doing a public record request for any record that would have a name that would be associated with their culture. But that's what they've decided. That's what they've chosen to do. And so, and that doesn't even get you close to. I mean, you're not going to probably get a phone number or an address. You probably, if anything, it's going to be their name mentioned in a document. So anyway, I've never had a request where that's the premise, a religious or a cultural connection, because really that's what we try to stay away from is putting those kind of labels on things so that people are identified by that rather than not identified by that, identified by their own name. So anyway, those have been a couple of the strange ones we've gotten lately. Anything else you can think of that's in the weirdness of our world lately?
No, just plugging along. A lot of monthly installations that I'm working on right now, but that's about it.
How are those going?
They're going and going.
The big ones kind of stopped.
I don't have any. Trying to think of the most recent. I'm starting to finish out a bunch of them. I think I have maybe 6 or 7 left that I'm doing monthly installments on, but it's primarily shooting at the gorge. There are a couple others regarding some lawsuits, but it's mostly just those, just because of the volume of what there is. It's just being done in monthly installments. I think I finished out about half of them already.
Okay.
Getting near the end on some of the others. Almost all the way done with all of the gorge stuff finally, so that's nice.
Are you still working on doing the budget stuff? Are you the budget guru?
Caitlin is working to take over budget stuff.
Okay.
Has been kind of since she started. We haven't really had a lot of budget stuff come up yet for the coming year, so we're gonna work on going over all that, and then I guess whenever we know what happens with the county administrator, I'm assuming it'll move over again, but just trying to pass on whatever I can while we're working on it, but yeah.
One other item real quick, Jersey Radka, this gentleman who lives out at Blue Lake, he sent a letter to Development Services because he was protesting basically the building of a new water tower out there, mainly because he thought it was going to affect his view. So we met with a legal counsel and with Development Services because he requested engineering plans and things that have proprietary properties. And so what the legal counsel decided was we're going to send a third-party notice to the contractors whose names appear on these plans and see if they give them notice that this public record request has been made, and also give them the opportunity to block it with a court injunction if they wanted to. So I sent that out. I talked to legal counsel. I said, can I email it? She said, no, just go ahead and mail it, Mike. She said, just give yourself a few days for the mailing of it so they have the full 10 days. So we're still in that 10-day period. Jersey Radka is kind of an interesting individual because he does these public records requests and he doesn't look at anything that we send him. So I just noticed this morning, he sent an email to the request saying, hey, I haven't seen anything. I can see they're starting construction out here. Why haven't I gotten anything? So I'm going to have to reach out to him today and say a third-party notice letter was sent to you on the 10th, sir, and see where he's at with that. But anyway, it's kind of waiting to see what happens on that, seeing if they're going to want to file anything or not. But yeah, he's kind of been a different individual to work with. First he complained that we hadn't gotten him anything. And then on his original request, and I went back and looked at his first request, we got it to him in one day. He requested it on the 28th, and by the 29th he had it. So he came into the office and started kind of venting a little bit. And I said, sir, that's a pretty good turnaround, right? One day? And he kind of chuckled and laughed at that point, but now we've sent him this additional letter, and I don't know why he's responding the way he is, but I will call him and find out. That was been kind of interesting because it challenged us to meet with Development Services and kind of massage the way they were doing things a little bit. Emily had helped with legal counsel to change their form because they had a public record request form over there, and we didn't want that they shouldn't have had that. So we've kind of altered their form a little bit. And we have kind of a new way of handling things moving forward as far as these plans and things go. And we're going to attack that from advice from our legal counsel. We're going to attack that with third-party notice. So that's been a little bit of change in the Development Services handling things. But that was a good thing to sit down with them and legal counsel and get us all on the same page. They welcomed Jim, I think, really appreciated that. And now we're all kind of moving forward on the same understanding. So that's about it.
Okay. Anything else?
I can't think of anything right now.
Okay. Well, it is 9:59. We are in recess until 10 o'clock, and we meet with our accounting team. Thank you.
Welcome.
You, Caitlin? I'll be doing things from upstairs now.
You want to turn it off? Transition.
Okay.
Good morning. It is 10 o'clock. We are here with the auditor's office for an accounting update.
Hello.
Michelle and Mandy,
Good
welcome.
morning, ladies.
Morning. Not much update this week. We have a lot going on. We have a lot of deadlines. We have our excess tax deadline, our unclaimed property deadline, our month-end reporting deadline, our quarterly reports deadline. So we'll be working to get those finished up this week. So not very much going on the Tyler side of things, but that's progressing.
We're in election mode now.
Did, we need to meet with you, Barr or Caitlin, they were gonna reach out and ask, the vehicle, if you wanna split the vehicle, they're gonna charge us about $10,000 a year. If we're not, if we're keeping the miles low, they still have the insurance and everything else that they have to be able to pay for that vehicle. So we thought if we paid for, if we don't have the miles to pay for that, if you pay half, your office pays half, our office can pay the other half.
And so that's the printout I just provided to you, a little bit about cost allocations and the split costs across different departments and stuff. And so being an asset, the basic cost of the vehicle would be pretty straightforward. If you guys wanted to do 50-50 between two departments, that would probably be okay. It would be,
Well, we could also pull it out of ER&R, but, because it also pays for the replacement of a second one, you're kind of, you buy it originally, and then you're paying, so that by the time you're done, the funding, it's kind of been made whole. So if we wanted to pull it out of ER&R, we would be in charge of maintenance, putting fuel in. We would clean it ourselves, but all of that, and then when a new one, we would pay the difference between a trade-in, but it would probably be a significant savings for our offices to go that route, because we will probably have it for more than 4 or 5 years.
Yeah, we should, before it has to be, that's up to you guys if you want to pull it out of that.
But it wouldn't
ER&R.
be, we would just be paying for what we use, and if there was a transmission that went out, we would be paying that, but I can't
Yeah,
see it costing more than $10,000.
I just
So
need
that's
to
a
know
year
ahead of time, because
plan.
I can bill it out in an election and make all the other entities help pay for it.
Well, think about what you want to do. What would be the easiest way, best way, but we could pull it out of ER&R.
if you paid 50%, but during elections, when you did for specific ballot runs or whatever, you can bill them for recoup at least some costs.
Well, I could probably take it and, I can take it and put it in every election that happens throughout the year. I can do a percent in the election to get it reimbursed out.
What rate do you bill them at?
Never, like, I'll take it analyzed or something and we do that with the equipment, the copiers and stuff like that. So,
We'll think about it.
Like a
and,
percent
they're
or
just
something,
kind of,
we could
so we
put
were
that.
gonna set up a meeting with you, but Barb.
that or we pull it out and then, well, if something happens, what's the,
But if it's gonna,
Maintenance.
I can't see it costing more than $10,000, because this is not a one-time, this is annually, the
Yeah,
$10,000 annually.
that's a lot to pay
Yeah.
for,
It's expensive.
it is.
So we thought if we pull
I
it
think
out
it
of
would behoove us
ER&R,
to take it out of ER&R, I think,
I would think so.
and then,
Unless we got the mileage, then it would, equal the $10,000, but when we're not getting the mileage that pays for that, or
yeah.
whatever, they have it kind of rated out.
Well, I try to put those miles on there. Driving out
The
out
fair
the
uses it, the
county.
fair will probably be using it next month. No, that's maybe what we need to look at, is
Yeah.
pulling it out.
It seems
So
like
the
it would be
maintenance, we
cheaper.
just-
After 4 years, you've already got $40,000 into a vehicle. How much was the vehicle? It was 40,
Was it 53? Did we put 50 in it? I wanna say it was
maybe,
like
but
53,
we have
56,
paid it off
multiple times.
multiple times. It doesn't,
So it might make sense to pull
do
it
you
out.
want to just,
Anyway,
if something happens and it goes
trade it out.
bad, get a different vehicle at the time that it happens? I don't know. It seems like an awful lot of money. Because
Yes,
I
it
feel like
does.
we could probably use it more than 4 years.
Or,
it
whatever
should
the
be-
rate, because,
yeah.
but that's a cost. We have to still pay insurance and.
Because technically, we don't always have 4 elections. On the 4th year, we have 5. But not every year do we have every one of those, we could have 2 elections. We always will have 2, no matter what. But, we might not have the February election because maybe there's something on to put on, or the same with the April one. In the 4th year, the presidential year, we'll always have 3, always. And those are countywide usually, so,
Okay, well, maybe we may need to look at pulling it out of ER&R. And then we
Yeah.
just need to figure out.
because if we're not
Takes
putting
care
a
of that
ton of
one.
miles on it either,
So
then
maybe
it should
maintenance.
last a lot longer.
Yeah.
Well, that's just it,
And do we want to pay for it twice over
Right.
by the time you have to replace it? Because that's what's gonna happen. If it lasts 10 years, you bought it twice.
Okay.
You mean, really?
Okay, well, I'm wondering, let me talk to Tom and see if that's something that could fall under maintenance or something totally new. So I think we need to find our other source to take care of it, or the commissioner's office, or whomever.
That works, whatever. I mean,
How's Tyler going?
it's going. I mean, our new go live date is October 1st, but actually, I think it was a blessing in disguise since our training didn't go as it was supposed to because of the glitch in Tyler. That helped us out. Plus, John, that was supposed to be on site with us on go live day, his mom fell and broke her hip. He would not have been here. It would have been a nightmare.
So there
It was
good
a
reason.
blessing. Somebody was looking out for us, you know, with the check number being an issue. It was
Uh-huh.
the start, and then it just kind of, everything just fell into place that wasn't the right time for us to do it. So, other than that, I think, then that gives us the time too, so that now that they have their issue with the refresh from live to the test modules, training should go much easier, we hope, so.
Mandy?
Oh, no, yeah, I agree. It's probably was for the best, ultimately. We also have our new accountant starting August 11th. She is coming from private entity.
Jones.
Melanie Jones.
Something out of Quincy. Was it?
Joe's Produce?
She oversees a bunch of the Jones,
Okay.
I think. She used to work for Clifton Larson a couple of different times.
Mm,
She
What's her
worked for
name?
them.
Jamie Wynn. So we've got two Jamies in our department now, and so we're gonna figure out a way to
Whiten it.
A
differentiate.
nickname for one of them.
JW.
JW,
Jaime.
yeah. Yeah, it'll
Jamie
be,
and Jaime.
it's always confusing when you have the same names. But we'll figure it out.
Yeah. I was like, well, because Jamie is Jamie Olson. So I was like, oh, we'll call Jamie Joe. And they're like, well, what about Joe? I was like, what, Joe? Joe.
We did have something
Well,
occur
it might
too.
be a Jameson. One of the Jamies might be a Jameson.
Could be.
We'll have to
We
ask.
don't know what her legal name is. I mean, nobody ever puts that on their resume.
Uh-huh.
I mean, it could be. And just
Jamie
go back.
one,
We don't
Jamie two.
know that much. We don't know that much yet. We did have an issue occur that we're dealing with in recording where a document got changed and it shouldn't have been changed. So we're working through that.
How's that going?
Well, I just found out about it,
Oh.
so I'm sure it'll be, we'll get it fixed. We'll work it through.
Did we ever get that check from Public Works that was sent out that they were trying to get back from the bank?
Oh, I don't
The fraud
know.
one. I
The-
know the bank stopped it, so the payment did not go through.
Oh, then it should have been returned if they stopped it. Was that, I thought one was cash though.
One,
The
well,
second one?
no, the first one we thought that
Bank
was
held it.
cash went through.
They
The
held it.
bank
Oh,
flagged it as fraud.
oh,
And
good.
so, yeah, we
That
did not
check
lose
should be
any
coming
funds. Supposedly, so I guess they don't return the check, they just don't take the funds out of the account, so we should be good.
Well, and that's kind of what ended up happening. The bank, when we had the other $8,000 check that got washed and cashed, I had to contact like two different police departments on the east and work with them. But we finally, we got the money back on that one too. So that's good.
I had to report it to SAO as a loss, and so they might investigate it separately. We don't believe was necessarily an intentional fraud by personnel, but was led to by a lack of controls because the vendor address was changed internally. So that is something in our process we have to address. And so I doubt it'll come to much, but it is a separate investigation that SAO will have to do.
That's the highlights for the week.
All right, budget stuff looking good.
We'll see. We're trying to do it on Tyler, and I set up a bunch of stuff while John was here, and he kind of showed us how it's gonna look. I don't know how it's gonna look with people with multiple funds that they have to look at yet, but I'm hoping that we're gonna hopefully train all of it at the same time, the AP budget. And then when it's time for us to do the budget later this year, that we have it all in Tyler and ready to roll. So that's our goal.
Well, and Tyler, will we have this year's budget, the 2025 budget?
It'll be just like,
okay.
It'll look very similar to what you've been looking at already.
Because when we had a software one year, I mean, we had the old and then we had the new, so it wasn't all.
But to do projections and stuff like that should be easier on Tyler for us.
Mandy's like excited. Okay, I had a
It should
question.
be.
133 account, the miscellaneous, the SIP, that the county controls, 133. So Public Works had road work that they did and some signage for the gorge area. So tourism paid for some, REIT paid for some, the other in 2024, 2025. They're now trying to finish the signs. They're short like $130,000 to $50,000. So in order to finish that, we can take the money out of the 133 account. So they sent a letter requesting that. We probably need, I'm assuming we need to do a budget extension because I don't think the entire 133 account was budgeted for miscellaneous. But the project was under our facilities, capital facilities plan. And it's not a portable sign, it's like a structure, a permanent
signs.
So it would fall in that category. We just need to figure out if a budget extension is needed, pay out of the 133.
Most likely, yeah, because
On that account.
it's a separate fund.
Okay,
But we can do it at year end too.
okay. That'll be something because I'm looking at the opening fund balance when I pulled it up. And then we have some, but Daryl also uses that account to pay
Is that
for.
the one that's always in the negative?
No.
He uses it, I can pull it up. He uses it to, I think we make some payments out of it or have the ability to make. I think we do the fairgrounds,
Yeah, we can pay for one of the bonds out of there.
so
Do some
it's all
bonds out of it.
budgeted. I just don't want to read about myself in the jail report, the jail meetings. Much as I want a little vacation. Not sure that would be my ideal.
No.
No cell phones.
Yeah, no cell phones. It'd be like going to paradise at Mount Rainier.
So I don't think that's.
No, that's not the balance even. That's what we plan to use that year from the fund balance. But it had way more than that.
Okay. Oh, I know it has a lot. So anyway, I don't know. So we probably need to,
How much are they anticipating the building?
130 to 150,000.
I mean, so I guess it just depends on how much of these
Okay.
gets completed this year, because maybe there's carryover if they don't end up using as much for those projects. It's doubtful. They're probably gonna use all of it, and we would have to do a budget extension, but,
Listen, they're gonna use that one. That's the bond.
Well, and the
Really,
salaries
that's
and
one, so they're
wages.
gonna use it, because that's the bond payment.
yeah, but there's.
And then
all
there's
these
that
little
90,000,
projects.
depending on what they use that for.
This might not even be allocated to any specific projects, because we might have matched it to his revenues projections.
Mhm.
So there might not even need an
Okay, so
extension.
anyway, I'm just throwing that out there.
Yeah,
We may be frantically at the end of the year going, what do we do?
yeah.
But we would like to get that finished.
As long as
It's a
we
big
do it
project.
sooner than later, then at the end of the year.
So a heads up, so when we start working on budget and budget extensions at the year end.
Can't be displayed. What?
Thank you for this budget book. I truly, truly appreciate it and I pull it out frequently.
I love mine too. Yeah, I can't, I know for sure there was way more funds available that we didn't plan to use, so it shouldn't be a problem.
All right, okay, it is
That's it for us.
10:15. We will roll into the commissioner's code session until 10:30.
Right.
Is Rob on? Caitlin, is Rob on?
I don't think so.
No, he is not.
Okay, so I'm gonna just kind of go over, I met with the prosecutor's office last week. It was a great meeting, a lot of insights from those individuals, and Gina kind of gave a list of things, topics and leadership qualities. The number one thing that just kept coming through on everything was communication. They just currently, right now, it's more the rumor mill is how the communication is dispersed. Yeah, and I also think even in our office, as the commissioners, when we make changes, we really need to bring in with the training, you know, you need to bring in those that are impacted by the decision and then disseminate the decision quickly to everybody. And that's something that we definitely could improve on our office, or me personally, so. Just kind of, okay, and it's just kind of like being involved and knowing what's going on, and they kind of want to know on the chief criminal, what are the plans, kind of in that department. Make meetings count, communicate and delegate, and they would kind of like a vision, where do they see the office going? And it's not like, this was not criticism, they were just kind of, is a revamping things they're looking for. And they want a strong leader for the office, one that it will be there fighting for the team in district court and superior court. Since there's kind of a division, they did talk about if they could have the offices closer together, because you have district court, you have superior court, they don't always, you know, they are different
Communicate with each other.
different areas. Top priorities, they want to look at all the policies, whether they agree to them or revise them. Look and see what trainings are needed. As their priorities, focus on retention and procurement. They are short-staffed. Kind of retain the employees that they currently have and seek new ones. Non-criminal duties, know and focus on that. Find experienced attorneys for office, bring in all candidates, experience, retain. And they just emphasize too, legal support. A lot of times we focus on the attorneys and not so much the legal staff, and they are doing the brunt of the work. So don't forget about the legal staff. They would like formal evaluations of each employee, like an annual review. And staff needs to feel valued. And again, recognizing the legal assistants in the office and legal assistant mentorship. Number 3, management style. Attorneys need ownership of their, you know, but not micromanaged. They need to be given the tools to do their job. And there has been a kind of a swing in the office where a lot of several of the district court attorneys stepped into the superior court attorneys, just because there were not enough attorneys to fill that. And they want somebody who remains calm under stressful times, that remains present, communicate what they are doing for the staff, and need to know that they are being supportive. And employees shouldn't have to manage up, but involve those that are needed. Again, lack of communication, they need to communicate better. Leadership training for new director. Answer calls and emails, accountability, approachability, open door policy. Challenges addressed. ASAP, they did talk about Spillman 365 from MAC. Not sure how that is going, but that's created some issues in their office. They did also mention the, when they're looking, I don't know if it's discovery, but when they have a police report, trying to get the information, district court and superior court, out of the system. And I think it's more of a district court issue where they're not able to get information from stuff that is put in from the district court. So they were going to work directly with district court on that.
Is that because of the program, the spill?
I don't know if it's a program or they've just kind of locked down. I think some of it is open to the prosecutors. I think the public defender should have access to some of it as well, but I think it's just kind of more of it, the system's been locked down, so they need to work, you know, from within, they were gonna work on that. They have some re-ratified items, delegated items, Rebecca has a list. Have staff meetings, so employees can share their insights. Recruitment, they need a chief prosecuting attorney, because the one left in April. I don't believe they have a district court supervisor. They've had one in the past, but they have not had one, just because they're overstaffed. They need more legal assistants, more attorneys. And the legal assistants, they need, if you get more attorneys, they need a legal assistant, because they're pretty much one-to-one. So every attorney has a legal assistant. This year we've had less than 300 cases charged. Usually we are at 1,000 cases annually charged. So we're short-staffed, is what that appears. There's cases sitting there not getting addressed because of the staffing issues. Legal assistants need to be appreciated. The culture, they need to feel, everybody needs to feel valued. And again, they mention annual reviews, caseload management plan. Some employees are doing 40 to 60 cases while others are doing over 100. And so it's kind of assessing the skill level. And just continue a good working relationship with the sheriff, law enforcement, courts, judicial system, the clerks. And the concerns. I think they just want whoever is their leader to have the base knowledge of what's going on in the office. They need to be managers. Need to make a commitment. Dedicated staff and community. Can't check out when things get rough. And again, communication. If they're coming back to the office, they want them working with employees, and if they've had issues, they don't want them to be petty, you know, just kind of come back as a leader, not as addressing, I think, minor issues. Past leadership practices, that was kind of one of the questions. They're talking about more communication, team bonding, acknowledge and recognize those that are doing well, hold people accountable. People want to know that they are wanted. They want to be a part of the team, and mentoring, appreciate the FTEs, do an office assessment. They have a suggestion box, but apparently somebody was called out. They put a suggestion in, and whoever read it recognized the signature and called out the employee who made that suggestion. So pretty much it stopped the suggestion box. But actually, when they've done some of those, don't just talk about it, but work to fix the problem. They kind of need an overall morale boost. And we talked about, I think it's Jeannie King, or there is a presenter, she attended WASAC, and Renew has had her, and she is really kind of funny and upbeat. She goes to medical facilities and different facilities, government, and she just kind of, you know, gets to the root of the problem. And also Dr. Williamson, who's currently working with Renew. I believe Rebecca shared a video. Is it Rebecca Decora, Regina, with the prosecutor's office, and he does kind of little monthly, I don't know if they're weekly or monthly updates still, kind of calling out employees, you know, saying like, so-and-so did a great job. They got, you know, recognized for helping somebody in their office, and it was really busy. They went over to da-da-da-da. But so anyway, it's gonna maybe something go in that avenue and having somebody kind of go in and help. And they said the offices are split between prosecutor or the district court and superior court, and that kind of is the biggest problem, putting the offices together and kind of the teamwork. So that's kind of what our 2-hour meeting was right there. Communication, a lot of it was communication, but I thought it was very, you know, positive. So if this felt like it was in a negative light, it wasn't in a negative light. You know, I mean, it's just kind of things they wanted to see in the new leader,
Things they want
things we can
to
improve.
work on.
That was a good refresher for me, you know, just communicate better with our staff, those that we work with, our community. Yep. So kind of wanted to share that. And
Good meeting.
Yes, Gina did a good job. She was kind of there helping to facilitate as well. And so with some of the questions and the comments that surfaced, Gina is changing the questions so that it addresses the questions in the interview, some of the topics that were.
That'll be good.
So just wanted to share that. And Caitlin, if you didn't hear the 133 account, we may need to do a budget extension, but we can just write that check. There's been a request, there's been an approval from the commissioners, we can pay that, the signage out of the gorge on our public works roads. And then do a budget extension if needed.
Thank you.
And I think that is it. Do you have anything coming?
No, I think I'm good.
Okay. All right. Well, Caitlin, do you have anything for us?
I had on the agenda the Stacy Drive Southeast on there, which I think Rob had said that he had reached out to them, but I'd put it on there in case Kevin or you wanted to talk about that anymore.
So my only thoughts on that is that I don't believe that the county is going to change the rules for one individual street. That would be a nightmare for the rest of the county, because then we did it for one, then everybody's going to come back to us and say, well, you did it for them, why aren't you doing it for us? I just think it'll take care of itself.
Okay. 10:27, we are going into recess until, what am I list? Until 10:30 when we have the renew update.
Yeah, I'll keep an eye on that for sure.
Good morning. It is 10:30. We are here with Renew. Welcome, Dell.
Hey, good morning.
Well,
Morning. We're here for our weekly update.
Great. How are you both?
Good. I see we have the new lease, so we'll go ahead and sign that lease tomorrow.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I know a lot of work's gone into that, so I really appreciate it. Just a couple things I had, and I understand you didn't get a agenda this week from us. And so just a couple topics I had for this morning was that on our capital budget, we have 2 vehicles that were one of the line items. And working with our maintenance team here with both Jeff and Tom, they've really been needing a new truck. And with a lift gate, so I think a Tommy lift on it. And so we're looking at that and got a quote. And so what I'm trying to do is, instead of the 2 cars, we just want to go ahead and move forward with the truck with the lift, which will still be less than the 2 cars, or what was the capital budget for that. So my question for you as the board is, even though we're not going to go over that line item in the capital budget, do you still need me to come through with some kind of a change or an update through consent allowing for the purchase of the truck?
Yeah, just so we can memorialize it, I would recommend it, just so we can look for those 2 vehicles that never happened.
Right.
Perfect. I'll get that going.
Okay, so send
Yeah.
it to Kate, if they feel it
Yeah.
needs to be on consent agenda, they'll put it on consent agenda. If not, it'll just be tagged with that request.
Okay. Yeah, that'll be fine.
Okay, and I
And
see,
oh, go ahead, Cindy.
some training coming up for your staff, different training.
Yes. There's quite a bit of training coming up. I think it was 17 individuals that are going to a therapy conference. And so those come through last week. So there's quite a bit of training coming up for individuals.
Okay.
Those got signed last week, but I think you're going to see a few more coming through. There's also a conference for our electronic medical record through Qualifax, which they do a conference, and I think this year's is in Nashville, so there'll be a couple coming through for that one as well.
Yep.
Yeah.
Premier trauma in
Yep.
Anna.
Yeah, it's a big one in California. The other things to talk to you about is just going to start moving on a couple of our positions in with HR in our position management budget. There were two additional positions that we weren't sure at the beginning what titles those were going to have or specific functions. But we are going to start working on those, and the two titles that we've landed on. The first is Performance Excellence and Communications Manager. So this individual position would oversee our marketing, community outreach, and be the performance driver for our strategic priorities, as well as different focus groups in the community. And so I'll start working with HR on that. We've got the draft job description completed, and HR will have an opportunity to review that specific position in the upcoming weeks. And the other one is a quality improvement coordinator. Let me back up real quick on that. Performance excellence communications manager, that would report directly to me. But this position would oversee another team of employees. And then the quality improvement coordinator position, the position that one was in our position management budget. There was a placeholder for a IT inventory person. And so that line item is what will be this position. So this position will focus on overseeing our Connected Care program, which is our virtual service program. So all telehealth programming. They would chair the Connected Care steering committee that we have, as well as running client focus groups, working on the workflows for all of client care with all the clinicians across our system. And they will report directly to the quality and compliance manager. Along with these changes, I'll also be working with HR on some org chart changes. And so as we start moving through that, I will be sharing the org chart with you so you can see what's current and what's changing. The biggest change would just be moving two groups that would report directly to me as my position. And this will help better align the work between my position and the director of behavioral health position. They have a really big load. And so trying to alleviate some of that, but also move this performance excellence position under me, and then have their team for community relations reporting to me, as well as quality and compliance reporting directly to me. So there's not a go-between. I think that as we start to move through that with HR and make those changes, I'll keep you in the loop and update you as needed so you can see what's occurring. Then, just as a reminder, the ARPA funds that we're taking a look at, our plan is to allow the Grant County Veterans Counseling Program to utilize 30,000 of those funds, and the Moses Lake Boys and Girls Club to allow up to 70,000 of the funds. In our finance department here, Raina is working with Carrie so that we understand how the invoice process will work. And there's documentations that Carrie is recommending that's required. So the veterans program and Most Lake Boys and Girls Club will be submitting documents on a monthly basis, so that we have the documentation that supports the work that's being completed under these funds. And so I just wanted to let you know that that's being coordinated. I have not let the Boys and Girls Club or the Veterans Office know yet but I plan to do that later today.
Thank you for your work on that.
Yeah, of course. I think it's a great opportunity to partner. And I just ran into some barriers with using funds that we have of donating or gifting funds. And I think using these ARPA funds was a great way to partner until we come up with another solution.
Perfect. Thank you, Dale, for looking into that. I really appreciate you doing that.
Yeah, of course. And that was really the last as far as updates I had for you. I really just wanted to ensure this morning that you're aware of what I'm going to be working on at the HR, and to see how you want me to handle the truck versus the 2 cars. But I'll get that moving through consent this week, so we'll get that taken care of. Do you guys have anything for me?
I don't.
No, we just talked about making sure you have all your technical stuff up at the new building for the leased building.
Yes, so I will loop TS in early in this process. I won't wait till December. I know that's always a challenge. I know they want to be involved, and so I'll make sure that we're coordinating these efforts. And also movement as well, because that's going to require moving staff. I'll try to limit that as well. We're hoping to, instead of moving furniture around, just putting some new pieces of furniture through our state contracts inside the new building. But we will involve TS early in this process, as well as any of the switches that are needed, and so they're aware and they know what the time commitment may be.
Thanks, Dale.
I know that's a concern, so we'll work with them.
Sounds good.
Thank you both. Appreciate it.
Dale.
Okay.
We'll see you later. Have a great day.
Thank you, Dallas. 10:39, we are in recess until 10:45 and we have a fairgrounds update. Good morning. It is 10:45. We are here with Jim McKiernan for the fairgrounds update. Welcome, Jim.
Morning. Morning. How are you?
Great.
Good. I don't have a lot today. You saw my email about being out partially tomorrow and Wednesday. And let's see, Republican Building, we are close to having that to where they would like it. We provided the paint, they provided the labor, and we provided a window. We had a little bit of work inside to move some power that was in a wall that was taken out. And I believe they're going to come in on Friday and Saturday and participate in our volunteer day. And then we did secure Sarah Bradshaw from our deputy from the sheriff's office is going to do the national anthem for our opening ceremony, which was kind of cool. I guess she's the one that did it at Chief for a Day or
Yeah.
Sheriff for a Day and did a great job. So she said yes.
Good.
And we are still working on some schedules for the Seattle's Finest security. We basically have each gate covered from 3 p.m. till 1 hour after closing. And then we have 2 deputies at the Gold Gate overnight from 9 or 10 p.m. till 7 a.m., as well as Pacific security. So we did start security a little earlier this year just to make sure we don't have any problems in the campgrounds ahead of time with everybody's stuff here. We did start security on Thursday night, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday before fair, and then Monday through Saturday of fair.
Jim, what time are you closing the fair? Is it 11?
So Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, it closes at 11 and, 10, technically. Carnival closes at 11. And then Friday and Saturday, 11, and the carnival closes at midnight.
Okay.
So deputies will be here till midnight and 1 a.m. For those 5 days.
Okay.
Other than that, we do have donuts in the morning on Saturday if anybody wants to show up for our volunteer day, as well as pizza at lunch. We do have the American Legion Post 28 and Afraid of doing our flag raising, and Boy Scout Troop 6075 doing our color guard presentation. So we're getting everything pretty much of the final details into place. We're working with the Rodeo Association on some projects out there. Trying to keep them focused on a couple of the things that we can control this year. And then Larry Schwab's helping us with our long-term planning with them. So we'll have some capital requests and we'll go through those and see what can be approved and what we have to delay. And that's about it.
Jim, do you have any plans for Saturday as far as things that we're going to be doing?
Painting, we did a lot of the pressure washing and there's still some barns that need to be painting. There's some landscaping. What we find a lot of times is the groups come in and they get their barn ready. And so, which is fine. Poultry barn is going to need some work more than likely. I know we're cleaning it out. And I think that's about it. I think we're in pretty good shape for the most part. So it's mainly painting and some landscaping, cleaning up, weeding, picking up some garbage in the area, but I think we're in pretty good shape.
What about the red barn right there? What's the old sale barn? The front of it?
Yeah, we need to paint the front of that. The only problem is most of that's going to require a lift.
Right. I was wondering about that.
Yeah. I might have the crew try to, do we pressure wash it now? I'm a little worried that if we pressure wash it, that all that water would go down inside on all the stuff that's inside, because I'm not sure how waterproof that place is. But it may be a scrape with brushes kind of thing instead of a pressure wash. It might fall apart if we pressure wash it, to tell you the truth.
If they do it right, it shouldn't. I mean, I'd be interested in helping paint that if you want.
Okay. We can definitely paint the lower portion and then see how the crew does here about getting up um, and doing some of the upper areas. It definitely needs it. It's probably the one building that looks the worst. And I haven't heard from the Lioness yet, but they were pretty positive about moving. So I think that meeting was on Thursday, and I have not heard from her yet to find out.
Could we spray the front of that upper part?
We could.
I could bring my sprayer up if we need to.
Yeah, and we've got a sprayer here too, so it's just barn red.
Right.
So
Yeah.
I'll check. I know we've spent probably over $7,500 on paint this year so far. So,
Well, it's expensive.
oh my gosh, paint is brutally expensive. It's ridiculous to tell you the truth. 5-gallon buckets are over $300.
Yeah, that's what I heard.
Other than that, I think we're good. Working on 2026 camping blockouts and a couple scheduling things for interim events next year. We're debating on doing that Brews and Barbecue Festival. I got to figure out the logistics on doing it. That would be us doing it ourselves. And can I make more money just renting the facility out to another event or do another event ourselves? So it'd probably be a June event, but we'll see. I will be turning in some travel requests for Rocky Mountain Association Affairs, which is in Billings, Montana in November. Oh boy. And the Dirt Symposium, which is in January, it's in Nashville. And I don't know that we have anybody going to IAFE this year, which is in Denver, but and the Washington State Association Affairs Conference is in Wenatchee at the new convention center this year. So that one's going to be fairly easy to take care of.
How come who's going to IAFE? You usually have a big group.
No, we haven't been going as much lately because it seems to be the same topics over and over. And honestly, it's not as informative, and we don't make any decisions on entertainment there versus the Rocky Mountain Association Affairs meeting. So the only one that's been going on a regular basis has been Becca to get her certification, and I haven't talked to her yet to see what the status of that is.
Okay.
And it's really expensive too. I mean, it's an expensive conference, and it's probably one you can go to every 5 years and you'd be fine because it's going to be the same.
Right. Are you gonna drive to Montana or you fly down there?
Oh, heck no. In November? Are you kidding me?
Oh, it's not that bad.
You want to go? You want to? I'll go. We can have you go, Kevin. I'll ride along with you. I don't know. My truck's got 220,000 miles on it. I'm not so sure it's going to make it much longer. I got to get a new truck.
Well, if you're driving, you need to take a county vehicle. We have some decent county, all-wheel drive county.
I would drive my truck. I wouldn't care.
Yeah.
There you go. It sounds like you two have signed up.
I have to.
Wants to go. The nice thing about Rocky Mountain is that's where we usually get most of our local routed entertainment. So that's one of the reasons we like to go. And I've gone to Billings before. It's actually not a bad layout. The hotel's kind of cool how they have all of the acts, and it's kind of a circular hotel. So kind of cool. Cindy, are we going to see you at fair this year?
Yeah,
I hope.
fair last year.
I want to see you more than once, not just the opening ceremony. I want to see you a couple times.
Okay, I do want to mention the exit plan, because it's come back, you know, with our incident last year, our shooting. You know, we had a quick mass exodus with, everybody did exit out to their cars.
Uh-huh.
But we kept everybody in their car, in their parking lot until after emergency personnel came. If emergency personnel are coming, ambulance, usually people will move over and make room for the ambulance.
Mhm.
I thought it was a poor decision to keep, it just created angst and animosity when people were stuck in the fairgrounds, probably 15, 20 minutes before the ambulance even arrived. And we could have exited probably 100, 200 cars in that 15 or 20 minutes.
Whose
So I would
decision?
just,
Whose decision was that? The sheriff's? It wasn't mine.
I don't know, but like State Patrol typically helps with the intersections. I think they were on site to assess the situation, and the sheriff sits in. Rob, do you have a comment on that?
Yeah, it was the sheriff didn't exit them.
Well, I think the other way to alleviate some of the problems on the Valley Road is to open up that little fence that goes between the two parking lots and let them go down to Paxton and try to direct them out the other, you know, out towards Home Depot in that area.
Well, and the other thing I could do is I could have some coming out of purple and red right turn only signs on A boards. So I know Cindy, you and my wife were dealing with that, where people were trying to turn left on that on.
We only let them go right, but we
out-
kind of, like you said, exited a lot of cars, and they were just pretty much blocked in there, honking the horns. People were getting irritated. And why did I was in the parking lot. It was really ugly. And had we at least kept some going, stopped it for a minute, and I would just visit about that, because it was not a help.
Well, and you can bring it up too when the sheriff does his updates. Maybe just tell him, hey, can we make sure that, and I'll talk to Joey as well, and just can we make sure that people have the opportunity to exit, and we can definitely open up the back gates that go down to Paxton. That's not a problem.
Because yeah, everybody quickly left the fair, but then they were locked in the parking lot, which wasn't a good deal.
Good thing we had those Santa cans out there by the 4-H building too. People had to go.
Oh, yeah.
But they were in the parking lot, some of them for an hour or two, just trying to get out. Our exit plan was poorly executed. But anyway, that was the only complaint. I think everything else went really well.
Yeah, I would say we handled that. Other than them getting out of the parking lot, I don't think the staff and crew and Fair Advisory Committee and Sheriff's Department could have done any better handling that whole situation. I thought it went really, really, really well. All right. Anything else?
Rob,
I see Tom there. Tom's ready to give you a whole line of stuff.
I came in to get a Snickers bar. I
Oh,
saw
okay.
it was you, and I was like, oh, that's a safe room. I can go in there.
Nope, things are looking good here. So
I'm going to be out there this afternoon. So
okay, good. We can talk about
I'll find you.
trying to herd the Rodeo Association cats a little bit on some of the projects they keep bringing up.
Okay, sounds good.
Larry's trying hard to herd them, but
thank you, Larry.
Yeah, thank you, Larry. Yes. All right, thanks. That's all I had.
Thank you.
Bye.
It is 10:57. We are in recess until 11 o'clock. We meet with our we meet with our risk and safety coordinator. Good afternoon. It is 11 o'clock. I think these individuals may be lost here. It's 11 o'clock. We are here with our risk and safety coordinator for our weekly update.
Good morning, everyone. Just wanted to give you an update on some new claims and updates on claims. On 7/3, we had a Renew employee hit another vehicle, so we are working on fixing and addressing that. I just found out about it. I wasn't notified of it. I wasn't sent the paperwork, but I got it finally. On 7/7, we had Public Works trailer came off the hitch, and we had minor damage to the truck. They're not going to fix it just because the truck's old and it's getting to the time where we're going to phase it out, and it wasn't that bad.
Thank you, Tom.
Yeah, thanks, Tom. 7/10, we had a person state our sign damaged their car out in Beverly, Mattawa area, where we're doing rock chipping ceiling. And we have a police report of it. Looked at the police report. There was another construction crew, not us, working as well. And where the person described it was the other construction crew, not us. So if we ever hear from that person, we'll let them know they need to reach out to that other construction company and talk
What
to them.
happened there? Did somebody assign?
What happened was a strong 50 gust came up and took the sign and blew the sign over. By the time they got, the officer was up there, Stormy was up there. He couldn't see a sign over or anything like
Okay.
that. So there was just a ding on the side of the person's car.
Okay. Oh, it hit their car.
Yeah, hit their car. And then we had on the 15th, we had a public works employee back into a sign, minor damage to the vehicle, not having to repair it. And then I just got this one this morning. Sheriff's office had one of their vehicles damaged by a DUI driver. So they were helping assist Ephrata with a DUI person. They were pulled off and had their vehicle angled, and someone went around them and hit them drunk. Was driving drunk and hit our vehicle with their lights on, with other emergency lights on. And
That's a bad day.
they, at least the person went ahead and pulled over and
Self-reported.
yeah, well, self-reported himself for the drinking, but the DUI. But when law enforcement got there, they noticed it and addressed it. So WSP is doing the crash, and we have a run number from Ephrata on that one. With my ADA grievance, I will be sending a response on Friday. That'll be the 15 days and be done with that. So I have that drafted and it'll be sent out on Friday. We also have that storage tank policy that you guys signed last week. It is official. I have it in my inbox. And then this past week, last week, I did a check on ADA access at the youth services up on the hill and looked at that and talked to them about what needs to be done about doorknobs and stuff like that. There's a couple of doorknobs that should be replaced, and we did that. That is all I have at this time. Any questions or projects you need me to do?
It seems like that's the second time we've had Public Works lose a trailer off their truck.
Yeah,
They probably should have some training.
Yeah,
Learn how to
it's
put 'em on.
been marking them a bit better, so we've talked about it, so they're working on addressing that. So
Are they putting the wrong size?
you're using the wrong size ball. Yeah,
We had that incident with our maintenance crew,
yeah,
which surprised me.
yeah. So and I was talking to Andy about that a little bit too. It looks like it should be a 2-inch, but it's a 2 5/16. So, it's fine until you put a little bit of weight on it and it pops right off. So,
I did drive up and look at that sign and then went straight to the job site, so they're supposed to be addressing that. They're actually having a sign made for it for Walmart and Dollar Tree access. But I told them, I said, in the meantime, you have to, at the very least, put something temporary on there for today and move that sign over to the right. Because people are driving around it into the double turn lane. I said, that's not gonna work. So,
Okay.
so they were looking at that first thing this morning.
Okay.
Appreciate that. Heads up.
Yeah, no, thanks. How's everything else going?
busy but good, just working on my goal is to try to get the laser fee form up and running as soon as possible. So I'll work with Tom and find out about what we need to do to get those last little people signed up.
What day is your probation date?
The 10th of August,
Oh, so you're keeping track of that, right?
a little bit. I could take a vacation day.
I think
No.
you can have a vacation day prior to that.
Yeah, it's okay. It's only less than a month. I'm good.
Well, we appreciate what you do.
Yeah, so that is what I have for you guys.
Okay. Well, if that is it, it is 11:05. We are in recess until 11:15 when we meet with the treasurer's office for a weekly update. Good morning. It is 11:15. We're here with Daryl Pheasant for the weekly treasurer's update. Welcome, Daryl.
Hi there. As I was telling my county treasurers this morning, as per Austin Powers, yes, baby, I'm back, baby. So
I'm glad you're back.
Now we'll just determine the stamina, how long I can work each day and build that up. It sure felt nice to be at home. I haven't been so much at home for so long. But actually, my recovery this time around was actually much better. And so it's, I just, yeah, I did have a leak, a small leak that they had to put a new Band-Aid on. So hopefully, that was Tuesday, so hopefully I can take it off tonight. And I won't have that problem anymore. So in regards to Treasurer's Office, as Carrie brought up last week, we're now starting to see the first round of all the state assessed utility fixes of overpayments and overpayments. The first round was 592 parcels. And of course, we have a lot of state assessed utilities, so they're doing it in groups. This is going to take a lot of time to send out corrected statements or potential refunds. And in talking to a person who worked in that position, I did verify again that Melissa put in the wrong values herself, was told about it in December, that she put in the wrong ones, and chose not to do anything about it, and chose just to adjust for 26 when you can't legally do that. As far as I can see in talking to PAX, there was no tickets turned in to figure out how to fix it. It was easily fixable per PAX to do it way before she did levies. The repercussions is a huge amount of work being dumped on my office for that. And it's not fair that I'm bearing in my budget all those costs to cover for something that was easily correctable. So,
Can you build the assessor's office for that?
well, how do you build for postage? We don't get all the time. It's just saying there was no reason why this couldn't have been fixed. There's no reason why the focus of having correct levy rates based on correcting those values. And the one email I haven't sent out yet to Melissa that I don't believe she ever reads them is, are you going to have a cover letter that goes out with all these, or do you want me to make up the cover letter? Because you may not like the cover letter I sent.
When you send those emails out to her, do you CC our office as well?
I haven't been, but.
Is that something I could do?
So, yeah, because I've gotten zero response to the TIFs. And I hate being in the dark, especially knowing PAC says that there shouldn't be any issues of putting stuff into the system. But nothing's been put in the system. So I don't know if she's going to use the software or not. She won't say anything. Because somehow she believes it doesn't work. But then all the other counties that use it say it's not a problem. So I'm stuck here stressing out, not knowing what she's going to do at the last second. That's going to cause problems for my office. So what we have, we've been still processing a lot of REIT. Sales are still above. I just talked to a Yakima County treasurer who questioned their sales tax has been less than last year. And they actually have an employee that they have a lot more employees than I do, that actually really dissects the numbers for sales tax and compares them to last year. And they found that DOL had a program upgrade in February that created a situation on fuel use tax of putting it in a black hole, a bunch of money that wasn't getting dispersed out to the counties and probably cities. She went and verified this with another treasurer from Jefferson County, who really is, this is her type of thing, is looking at the numbers and verified, yes, that there's big drops of monies on a monthly basis compared to a year ago in this category. And they talked to Jason Hartwell at Department of Revenue. We don't know if they knew about it or if we're the ones that told them about it. Well, these two treasurers. And so if they knew about it, they chose not to tell anybody while they were working on a fix.
So are we not getting the?
Well,
funds we
that's the
should
question
get?
is, the question is are we gonna get this money? We may be getting a bunch more money in July. So we'll have to see at the end of this month if our sales tax jumps. And since they are the ones that do a lot more research than I do, they will let us know if they see some huge dollar amount. But here, the problem is we had a email go out last week asking what kind of meetings do you have with commissioners to discuss revenues? Some meetings are once a year, some are quarterly, and some are monthly. And what we find is many treasurers don't even provide the details that I provide to you. They're providing because they have other people that are supposed to be doing that work. So at least another question is, where are you at on this new position that you were pondering filling? This administrative director type position?
County administrator.
Yep.
We have named, we have not interviewed. We're just going through the selection process. It's still open.
And is the budget part of their duties?
Yes.
Yes, that would be
So then revenues and expenses would be part of their duties?
correct.
Other than an individual department's budget expenses? So is this because this person's getting paid so much for this budgeting? Is this now the person that's going to be the one that does all your revenue projections? Or are you going to pay him to do it but I have to do the work?
So Daryl, here's the thing. You're gonna be gone in 1 year, 5 months, I don't know, 10 days. You'll be gone. So I would think that the new position, I think there's gonna be a change in leadership. And I think one of the biggest reasons is for the county administrator to continue the continuity of government that would continue as new commissioners come in, as new elected officials, kind of keep that continuity alive and going well. So I don't know if they would do all of it or if they would work with your new replacement or somebody in the office, or I don't know how that would
work together.
But it's definitely because outside of our Monday, Tuesday meetings, Kevin and I are not allowed to talk. We can't talk. We're not supposed to have serial meetings. So it makes it really difficult to do the day-to-day functions of the county. And we're, I think, the largest county, and we don't have a county administrator.
Well, it's like having, a partner running a business or two partners running a business that you can't talk to.
We saw it for Wednesday, Thursday, Friday,
Except for, Monday.
Saturday, Sunday.
So it makes it very difficult to run the county properly when we can't even have conversations because of the Open Meetings Act.
Okay, so have you had talks with accounting with what duties this person would be taking over?
We have not.
That'll be an HR thing.
And
Well, and I don't know if they would be sitting in the budget meetings. I think kind of helping us as commissioners look over the budget, but we still will have the ultimate. We are still responsible for the budget, not the county administrator. I think it's just, they can have those conversations and work with the department heads and elected officials.
Okay, different topic. Are you aware of what's going on in Pierce County?
No.
The problems they're having right now with 911 money's being spent for things that the state auditor's office says we're not allowed to be spent on.
No. Are we in violation of that as well?
Well, I don't know. But I'm really concerned about this communication of this not being forwarded. Well, it probably would be hopefully forwarded to every 911 board.
I'm
In the
assuming they have
state.
it, but
But then the budget is the commissioners. The problem is that Pierce County was spending $4.5 million of money for an internal courthouse monitoring system to improve communications within the courthouse. And they believe they're in the right, but then I'd figured they would come to counties and ask them and let you know that the state auditor's office is talking to you about this and to make sure and give a heads up to the rest of the counties. See, I make those assumptions that there's communication going on major items, and I'm disappointed that your association, actually the person at the top, your whatever, not our Waco, yeah, should be communicating this to you. This is a huge dollar amount that they're now talking about that they need to reimburse the 911 fund for.
Well, let's just look and see.
You know, these are big things.
You say Pierce County?
Yes. Yeah, I got the counties, I'm remembering the county right. So again, it's this, if things go wrong or somebody is expressing concern, then it should be expressed and communicated to all counties for them to make sure they take a look at what they're doing.
mm-hmm.
Which again, this sort of reinforces my message that we should be using that money because we have so much excess monies. Even when we buy a few $1 million worth of equipment ever so often, we are not touching hardly a thing of this big balance, that we should be using it. And per the audit, it sure sounds like to reduce fees to all the participants, cities, counties, state patrol and other entities of their monthly fees and use more of this money to pay for their operations that we have so much of. Now, while they supposedly brought this up and they're against it, there's not many uses for this money. Unless there's a decision to reduce the rate, to slow it down. So I'm also got a new letter from a new constitutionalist today. So it's amazing what you find out in newspapers.
You found it in the newspaper?
I think this one was in the Financial World or someplace. Can't remember where I read this from. It was on. I just read it over the weekend. So, but what the state auditor's office is going is the budget, how is budget the money and how is spent. So, so we haven't got our numbers yet. We'll see what happens. County's doing fine. And thank goodness we continue getting sales tax on the jail. We're lucky on that. But we're over $3 million of refunds, and my emails to the assessor, are you going to be communicating to the taxing districts about this, have been ignored. And I talked to other counties and said, normally the assessor is the one that makes these communications. So I have no idea what duty she does and does not do. Because communication does not seem to be one of them, and then it gets thrown onto me. So I do have a meeting with Columbia Basin Hospital at 3:15 today because last week I wasn't aware there was a bond resolution for a capital project at Columbia Basin Hospital.
Oh, I saw that in the.
And so usually I get prepared with knowing dollar amounts and the phone calls are coming, wondering how much is this gonna cost? What's the levy rate increase? I have no idea. Usually I'm way ahead of this and of the communication to me of these things happening to be prepared for these phone calls. And right now I'm in the dark.
Welcome back.
So,
Yeah.
all right,
Hopefully
Daryl.
being Bruce be
See you later.
successful. Thank you, Daryl. It is 1:31. We are done with our treasurer's update. We are transitioning into the New Hope Kids Hope update with Susie Foby. Welcome, Susie.
Good morning. Is Rob out this morning?
He's online. He's supposed to
He's on his
be,
way
he should be here. Robert, are
Okay.
you almost here? I thought he was gonna be here by about 11:30.
Last time I was in, I had, maybe it was last week, I had him sign an application for one of our grants. Typically, they don't do that till we get a contract, and this year they've changed it. They want signatures on the application, and there were two. Sign that one, so,
Oh, that's fun.
and then the leave slip. Can one of you sign my leave slip?
Yeah, we can both sign
Yeah,
it.
we're expecting.
I don't know when, Rob, when are you gonna be here? We'll sign it. He's gonna be here at 11:30. But we will go ahead. Rob, is it all right if we sign? Unless you're walking in the door?
Yeah.
Okay.
Jonathan, I have an extra agenda.
Kevin, I think I need to sign that with you.
I'll sign that too.
What was that?
I have an extra agenda right here.
I guess I'll sit with you.
Okay.
I don't bite.
Susie, I will give these back to you.
Thank you. All right. Thank you. And my son's got to go back and see the surgeon next week, so it's in Spokane. Relevant program updates. So I did brief you a little bit about a new grant opportunity that the state has asked us to take on. It's called the Domestic Violence High Risk Teams. And Commerce is putting that out in cohorts. So the first cohort was 2 years ago for the top 4 counties in the state that have the highest risk of domestic violence. And they funded them, they're rolling, and then they put it out to the next 4 highest counties, and Grant County is number 8. So they want a domestic violence high-risk team coordinator to work with law enforcement, prosecution, and coordinate all the high-risk DV cases that are out there. I've met with the sheriff. I actually presented to the sheriffs and police chiefs. It's going to involve a little bit of work on their part. They're going to have to implement an assessment when officers go out, like on a DV call. It's called a danger assessment. So they'll score the victim, and if the victim ranks really high, then they will activate the domestic violence response, and that means one of our advocates will respond on scene and provide whatever services are necessary. Then they'll be keeping track of data, like all the victims. They'll be keeping track of the offenders, and then working with prosecution, law enforcement to build those cases to hold offenders more accountable. So that's just a heads up about that program. And with that, we would need to add a position to New Hope, a domestic violence high-risk team coordinator. So that's why, one of the reasons Jonathan's here, I was looking at our old org chart where we're at right now. And when Jonathan and I were visiting about this, and actually we started a while ago visiting about this, to try to make things more consistent at New Hope and Kids Hope. For one, I need to make sure that all of the job descriptions have the right reports to person. Just title-wise, I've always been the New Hope director, but a couple years ago, you all changed that to the New Hope and Kids Hope director. So all those who report to me, I need to change that. So we're just cleaning things up. And then to go back to the original New Hope manager that I had. Remember when we had, and you probably don't remember, Cindy does, a manager, and then we transferred to Leeds because we didn't have anybody in-house to go with the manager position. And when Jonathan and I looked at across the position level between me and the direct support staff, making it consistent across the board. So over at Kids Hope, Alyssa's a coordinator and Debbie and Tara are leads. They pretty much have the same kind of responsibility as a manager. So we're looking at naming them something that's a naming convention that's much more consistent, easier for everyone to understand, and then put things in in a structure that makes a whole lot of sense, right? Like direct reports report to a manager, the manager reports to the director. And with that would come even more title changes. So Jonathan and I are working on that, just giving you all a heads up because I know like in my evaluation, mentioned that bouncing with decisions and making them too quick, even though I felt like when we did the lead thing, I took a long time, processed it with Gina before Jonathan was even on board. I felt like we did that in a good way and a good timing, but so hoping to get this process in a way that you all feel like it isn't like I'm making a quick decision, that I'm thinking this through, running it through HR, who is guiding me on the chain of command and like director, manager, director, or frontline staff. So hopefully I explained that well.
Just making it, make it run more efficient. So it makes sense on the structure of it. And so that way everyone knows what their roles and responsibilities are. And I think when the board is presented with the final draft, I think they'll see that this is probably something that is beneficial to New Hope and Kids Hope, and it'll help it run more efficiently.
Suzie, how many employees do you have in Kids Hope and how many in New Hope, or just close? Do you know? I'm just trying to figure out the size of Kids Hope versus New Hope.
Kids Hope has like a whole different sort of position and responsibility. The therapists, so clinical responsibility are there, but there are 5.
Okay.
That I supervise over in Kids Hope.
And New Hope you have?
And then in New Hope, there are
18, 19?
Like 15, and I'm hoping to add one more because I need to add that domestic violence high-risk team coordinator. Okay. So that will be an additional position. So along with this structural
so with that
change,
coordinator, they would kind of be working with Kids Hope and New Hope.
More New Hope.
Okay.
Kids Hope is more about child abuse, child sexual abuse, and this high-risk teams coordinator is more domestic violence on the New Hope side. The DV high-risk team coordinator, the good news, here's really good news. It comes with a 4-year commitment from the state and money for 4 years. And you know, I don't get that. I never get that. I get 1 year and renewal, 1 year and renewal, sometimes 2 year.
Have to do is go through, Jonathan has probably told you, what do we call it?
PMRT.
Yep.
We're starting that process already.
So would that person be brought in before we know if we get the grant?
We've already got the grant.
You've already got the grant.
That's the other thing that's really crazy about the state. They never do that, right? They have told me I have it. I'm now filling out the application for it.
Oh.
And it'll go back to July 1.
Okay.
But this process takes a while, and I realize I have to get approval before I can act on anything, but I'm moving forward in the application and trying to get the position approved, presenting it to you all so it feels clear and not like I'm making a quick decision.
Move forward. Yeah, move forward. The faster, the sooner, the better.
Yeah. And then fitting that in with PMRT. But it's wonderful timing to try to think about the rest of our structure and getting those managers identified as well. So it's just all a big package. It's a lot of strategy and thinking, and Jonathan has been a great resource in helping me get this figured out.
Do you have enough office space for that, another person there? Or?
We're gonna make it work.
Okay.
It's not a complaint, is it?
It might be a closet.
It's an opportunity for growth. Yeah, that doesn't happen very often, so.
We make it work. And law enforcement may have space for them too, because there's a lot of work that's gonna happen with them.
Okay.
So it might be that they
probably
only
do.
need an office part-time with us and part-time elsewhere. They've
So,
already said they do that.
Will they work with all the law enforcement in county, cities?
In all of Grant County, yes.
Adams County too, I'm assuming?
Not yet.
Oh,
Adams
okay.
County wasn't identified in this cohort.
Really?
But we told them we already have relationships with them.
Yeah.
They're part of our kids' MDT already, and it
Well,
won't
part of
be a
our
hard,
remote too.
right?
So that's, okay.
So potential to even let it grow more.
Well, that is a good thing that's happening.
Yeah, it's really a good thing. We've not cured domestic violence.
No, we have
So
not.
got to keep working on it.
This maybe help, hopefully.
At least the response,
At least
right?
reduce it anyway.
Let's hope.
You know, and I think people talk about it more than they used to. 15, 17 years, people didn't talk about domestic violence, and then we found that it hits every family, every.
Yeah. 1 in 3. 1 in 3 women. So any questions about that? You're going to keep hearing about it.
I think it's great.
Yeah, absolutely.
I know, I'm really
Anytime the state
excited.
wants to dig out money for accounting, we'll take it.
Well, and to seek us out is just so unusual.
Well, especially for something like this because of the amount of domestic violence we have in our county, I think it's needed.
Number 8 in the state. Not to be proud of, for sure.
8 is not great in this situation.
Not great.
Well, I'm glad we get the high-risk team coordinator.
Yeah. So, do you have any questions for me?
I do not.
I do have one quick one. I know I only have 2 minutes left. I saw that the county administrator position is listed on the website. And as I was reading that job description, it looks like there would be a transition for department heads to not report to you all, but to report to the county administrator. Okay.
Well, and that's kind of what, I still would like updates.
We're still
so-
trying to figure that out.
But I think you
I
would,
think
it will be easier for our department heads to report. You know, if we're reporting directly, we've kind of divided things up, but I can't call Kevin or Rob and say, hey, we've got a situation where the county administrator would be able to take care of it. I mean, I think we can individually do so much, but the county administrator has the power to move forward on it. If you have something wrong in your building and you need your air conditioner one out, they would be able to give you the okay to move forward on it, and then we'll put it on the agenda. They can just do things. They will be able to continue the work more effectively.
Okay.
And we were just talking to Daryl, he had some concerns too, cohesive, it'll be a more cohesive transition when the elected officials move, coming and going. And there will just be more continuity of, you know, there could be a big change when 2 new commissioners come in, it's just, whoa. This is how we've done it before, this is our new route, which it still can change because of the commissioners, but it will be more of a, I would say, a solid transition. But Daryl will
I
retire.
just was thinking that wasn't that the plan for a while with Kirk's position?
That definitely was, and Kirk has been out since January. So he was more director of operations, like from training, and Tom has taken over some of the training components, which if you have not done the WASAC training, the NACO training, again, we're just hearing better and better.
I've heard that.
things about it.
Yeah, it's on my radar for this fall.
Okay, it is really good. I've taken it and I almost need to go through and do a little refresher, look at my notes again, but well, it's really good. So Tom's been a big advocate for that transition, so yes, it's kind of been in the works, so we'll have a transition.
Okay.
I'm the administrator.
All right. That's it. Maybe I'll hang out for a little bit though and wait and see if he shows up. I'm supposed to scan that and send it back right away.
Okay, Caitlin, do you know if Rob is? You can maybe stamp. Caitlin, can you check to see if Rob is en route? He was supposed to be here about 10:30. Between 10:30 and 11:30. Okay, it is 11:45. We are in recess until we do not have position management. We will resume at 1:45. I know, we're like,
We're just busy right now.
I'm leaving Kevin. Good afternoon, it is 1:48. We are here for the Commissioners' Work Session. The Position Management Review Team did cancel the 1 o'clock meeting, so we are starting with the Commissioners' Work Session from 1:45 to 2 o'clock. I did pose a question, GR 29, when District and Superior Court were in last week. They have some concerns. Swahil is here. HR is here about the leadership. Youth Services does report to the commissioners, and we may, after looking at GR 29, we may need to
Make some changes.
revert that back to Superior Court, because apparently they're not supposed to give their direction. GR 29. F, duties and authority. The judicial and administrative duties set forth in this rule cannot be delegated to persons in either the legislative or executive branches of government, period. So it looks like we need to work on doing that.
I will speak to our legal counsel.
Okay. Do you want me to, I can share this with you right here, it's highlighted.
Cindy, I was just gonna say, it has been like that for a while since I took over the administration, but I always wonder since we're basically, I think, one of the only counties that works that direction.
Well,
But
we may no longer be
To change that.
one of the only counties, so more to come on that one. But yeah, I didn't realize at the time, because the Superior Court judges, they were busy doing their thing. I believe Spurline and Antos. I don't know if Nodell was there. I don't believe Nodell. Could have been Nodell. It happened a while ago.
yes,
Do you recall approximately when?
I know it was when Warren was still around.
Was it
so,
14, 16?
Around probably that time.
Because we had Warren and then we had Shelley and then you're the director. So it was probably the last 2 years of Warren.
See what I
That's a guess, maybe 3. Caitlin, we probably have it in our minutes.
The packet that they handed out at that last meeting?
No, when
Apologize.
we took over, well, we'll start, if we look at our calendar, when we started, we took over kind of the leadership of the reporting duties. Instead of youth services reporting to Superior Court, they started reporting to the commissioners.
I will talk with Barb and we'll see what we can find.
And I can do some research.
It was
too, as
before
to when-
COVID.
Oh, yes. It's before I started, so yes.
When did you start?
2020, COVID.
Okay.
Right
Shelley was
in
there
COVID then.
for, so Shelley, I think, was there for 2 years, from
Yes.
18 to 20. So probably 2016.
And I can, like I say, go do some research since I know it started before I went to juvenile department. It was already like that. So,
Is Rob on his way? I really hope Rob gets here. Has anybody talked to Rob?
Yes, I spoke with him. He is on his way. He should be here shortly.
Okay, beautiful. Okay. Do you have any other notes that I have? Anything else that just popped up? Decorah, I'm gonna reach out to the prosecuting tomorrow when we have our update. Daryl was in and would like to know how, since he's an independent, he's not a Republican or a Democrat, he's independent. So when, if you're an independent, you need to reach out to the AG's office and Secretary of State. So we were gonna see if Rebecca could reach out to the AG's office, and welcome, Rob, and inquire about the appointment of an independent official.
Oh. Is he considering early?
Yes, he is.
Yeah.
He just had 3 candy bars. I just had
Surprise.
3 snack-sized candy bars, fun size. I'm like, it's not making it any funner.
Ah, well, I did hear him say in his meeting that he was
Make an entrance, girl.
being at home.
Okay, well, welcome, Rob. I don't think you missed a whole lot today. Other than we need to figure out the independent election official appointment.
I'm ready. Flipped on a couple airplanes today.
Got a year to figure it out.
Thank you.
Hopefully you did bring COVID home to us.
I'm gonna read this.
Everyone.
They all have these?
Yes.
Yeah, it's for us to take notes.
Yes.
Whatever. Don't put any swear words.
And we were given this from Tom Gaines.
Struggling badly because
And Caitlin, we don't have a copy of this. Do you want my copy then? Tom just gave us a NACO book. Do you need this for your minutes?
very bad.
All right, yes, we will need a copy for the minutes. I was definitely just gonna snag one and make a physical copy
Okay,
of the NACO book.
He said we might go pick, get them off
You know what?
online.
I will just put it right here with our executive session.
Okay, sounds good, thank you.
I don't know.
I just was like, I don't wanna wear a suit, I don't wanna wear a shirt, it's uncomfortable.
I
That
like
shirt
it.
looks nice.
It does look nice.
Threw it on.
I just figured you're in Hawaii too.
I would love
Aruba?
to. But I haven't slept since Friday, so.
Uh-oh.
Well, you got your money's worth, I guess, on your vacation.
I got my money's worth, not on that vacation. It could have been fuller.
Sounds like it's pretty full. Okay, Rob, I will let you continue on with this meeting.
Are we going at 1:55 or are we gonna wait till 2?
You can do whatever you want.
How are you?
Okay, we'll just go recess till 2?
Yep, sure.
All right, we'll go into recess until
Yes.
2 PM and we'll return for
That
the prosecuting attorney
GSP, I don't
interviews.
remember saying. Reach out.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for coming. It is 2 PM and we are going to have our prosecuting attorney interview begin. This is appointed prosecuting attorney interview and is a public meeting and is being recorded via Zoom. This recording will be uploaded to the Board of County Commissioners' official YouTube channel for public viewing. Just so everyone in the audience knows, normally the people watching and listening can hear the back of the room better than they can hear the commissioners. So if you say a comment or something, just know that it will be on YouTube, probably louder than the interviewer's questions. So this interview will last 1 hour and we will be asking you a series of questions. Please be thorough in your responses. We may ask follow-up questions as needed. And I will start with the first question. We're going to start with Chad Jenks.
Yes. Please have a seat and a copy of the questions are here so you can follow along as well.
Would you like to just do a quick introduction of yourself?
Sure. My name is Chad Jenks. I was a deputy prosecutor in Grant County since 2011 and originally was barred in the state of Idaho, then moved to Washington, took the bar of Washington State, and then started practicing here. This was my first job. as an attorney, so Grant County has a special place in my heart. Judge Widener Moberg swore me in 2011, and I worked here through 2023. At that point, I took a position with the Chelan County Prosecutor's Office with Robert Silby, who's the elected prosecutor over there. I grew up in the area, went to Moses Lake High School, Chief Mo at the time, as it was called, Lakeview Garden Heights. 1986 is when we moved here as a family. My parents had a business, and that's kind of what brought us to Moses Lake, HVAC business. And so that's where I really learned what hard work is, because I saw my parents, how hard they worked, trying to balance their lives with 3 kids. It wasn't easy. I really admire them for what they were able to do. Before that, we lived in Basin City, Connell. And so Eastern Washington has pretty much always been my home. And looking forward to the possibility of returning to Grant County as well. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so to begin with our questions, what made you interested in filing for this vacancy?
So when Kevin, Mr. McCrae had indicated his notice of resignation, I will admit that it was kind of a mixed bag of emotions for me. I loved Grant County, and but I love my current job too. When I took the job in Chelan, it was for one or, probably a couple of reasons. First, I wanted to see what prosecutors' offices looked like outside of Grant County, because I'd spent my entire career up until that point, 2023, so about 12, 13 years in Grant County. I wanted to kind of get an idea of other prosecutors' offices, what works, what doesn't, because all I had experienced was what I saw in Grant County. Granted, with each elected, it was a different experience. My first one was with Angus Lee. He originally hired me, then Garth Dano, and then Mr. McCrae, now with Mr. Silby. Each of them, I've learned a great deal. I've learned things that I certainly want to emulate. I've learned things that, and I would tell this to them, to their face, I probably won't want to emulate. But I learned a lot from them. I'd like to think that I've taken the best out of each of those. And grateful to take some of the ideas I learned in Chelan County, bring them back here to Grant County, because ultimately this is where I live. I live in Moses Lake. I commute to Wenatchee 3 times a week to work. And this is where my family lives. We're across the county, Quincy, Royal City, and, of course, Adams County, Benton County. So we're all pretty invested in the area. So that's ultimately why I chose to put my name in. It wasn't an easy decision because I love my current job. But at the same time, I feel I have a sense of civic duty to return to Grant County and help in any way I can.
Thank you.
Next one. Yeah. next question. What do you believe are the most important leadership skills for a successful prosecuting attorney?
I think what we often miss with the prosecuting attorney position is just how much it involves management, leadership, and I dare say even more than the attorney part, because you are working with a lot of staff, a lot of attorneys who are very different in their personalities, and same goes with staff. I think what I would focus on to be successful is managing. Being an administrator, really trying to focus on personnel issues, setting standards for excellence for both attorneys and staff, and not tolerate mediocrity. So my goal as a prosecuting attorney would be to help the attorneys, especially, become the best attorneys they can. There's not been a lot of mentorship from the experience I've had in the years at the prosecutor's office, especially lately in the last few years and before I started. So I think being a good manager, a good leader will better the prosecutor's office, because it will make better attorneys, and it will set standards that I feel need to be there that haven't been.
Okay, thank you.
I have number 3. How do you balance the pursuit of justice with the need to manage a large caseload?
It's a good question, because in Grant County, the caseloads are they're quite extreme compared. I will say in Chelan County, my caseload is probably about 25% of what it was here in Grant. Really what it comes down to is priorities. What cases are we focusing on the most? What cases are we spending all of our time on? And if I'm selected, I believe the best cases that we need to be focused on are the repeat offenders, where it's a revolving door out of the jail. Drugs, gangs, firearms. And, when we were talking with Republican Party, I had the opportunity to listen, because I went first, and both Ms. Biddle and Mr. Guernsey, I was able to watch them afterwards, and they had some very good ideas. And one of those is, okay, how much time are we spending on Walmart burglaries? And they actually end up being a pretty good amount of our caseload. I would want to focus that away from Walmart burglaries. That doesn't mean we're not going to prosecute them, but I want to focus on the real problems in Grant County. We've got a lot of farm theft. And why do we have that? It's because they're looking for stuff to sell illegally and traffic for money, which then ends up to buy drugs. So we've got a drug problem. I don't think that's any surprise to anyone here with where we're located at geographically. So it'd be about prioritizing the crimes, the repeat offenders, drugs, the gangs. I don't have any tolerance for. We need to stop that. And so any plea offers on gangs, if we have a strong case, I'm not particularly interested in giving them any benefit. If that means more trials, so be it. But we've had far too much of a gang problem for far too long. Thank you.
You had mentioned that your caseload in Chelan County is about 25% of what it was here. Can you what is kind of the reason, just like 2 or 3 reasons of why that is?
The first one is staffing. We are, when I say fully staffed at Chelan County, that means that we actually have a lot of experienced felony attorneys. District court, there aren't as many cases because you have City of Wenatchee that handles all the misdemeanors. Grant County is unique in that we have Moses Lake, and they don't have their own municipal court that handles misdemeanors and gross misdemeanors. We've been handling that as a county, and so that is, it's a big caseload, especially for our district court. Another thing about Chelan County is cases are assigned largely based on expertise. Of course, there are sex cases. Those take a lot of time. They take a very special type of prosecutor. Ms. Biddle, for example, is an excellent prosecutor on sex cases, child abuse cases. One of the things that I would do is really focus on bringing her back to handle that. Mr. Guernsey does an excellent job with INET, drugs, gangs, firearms. And again, that's something that I'm very interested in also bringing Mr. Guernsey back. When I was watching Ms. Biddle, Mr. Guernsey at the Republican meeting, I was very impressed with both of them. They did a fine job. I was very proud of them. They're well-spoken. They're very competent. They're experienced. And one of my priorities would be to get them both back here in Grant County. And then large caseloads. Yeah, probably the third thing I would say is we need more accountability for the prosecutors. I get there are large caseloads, but at the same time, one question I would be asking is where's the follow-up from management, from leadership? And that's something that I don't think has been there. We need to attack the backlog, especially felony cases. And I think having that accountability, letting them know, okay, before you leave today, we need 10 of these reviewed and take them by seriousness. Look at that assault 2, strangulation, domestic violence before you're looking at a bird 2 from Walmart for stealing a Snickers bar. And it's just common sense. You know, it's the government. You don't see it a lot. That frustrates me. And that would be one of my overarching goals, is to bring back common sense to the prosecutor's office. Thank you. And I think Ms. Biddle's out there. She probably wants to join us.
Okay, our door may be locked.
It's not.
Okay.
All right.
Yep.
Next question. How would you ensure ethical conduct within the prosecuting attorney's office?
Thank you. You know, one of the reasons I had left Grant County was concern for some things that were going on that I did not feel comfortable with. One of the jobs as the elected is to try to minimize any lawsuits, minimize, of course, legal liability for the county, and then actually have trainings with our attorneys, with our staff. I don't think we do nearly as much of those. From my experience, what we've done in the past is, okay, let's get together, let's talk about some cases, let's talk about our problems, but then there's no solutions. What I will say is, for one, if any of my deputies ever lied to me, that would be the end of their job here. Integrity is huge. Grant County, unfortunately, I have to report that if you ask other prosecutors' offices, judges around the state, we do not have a good reputation. I want to change that. And what I want to do is turn the page and have an office that is fully transparent to the degree that the law allows us to be, and set an example for the state of having integrity. And I think part of that is training, because we have a lot of deputy prosecutors right now who have very little experience, and in my opinion, have not been given the chance to be trained on that. And so mistakes happen. Thank you.
Number 5, what steps do you take to prevent burnout and support staff well-being?
Yeah, that's a good question. Burnout it's just part of the job to some degree. I realize with the generation, there's a generational difference. I'm Generation X. Watching my parents work, there just wasn't an opportunity for burnout. It was like, we have to make payroll. We have to get the job done. Things have kind of shifted over the years, especially recently, where the culture for new workers is there needs to be a balance between work and life and family. So I'm balancing those two sides. Now, burnout is, I think a lot of that has to do with the attitude, the demeanor inside the office. My goal is to not focus on what has been going on in the past. I want to give everyone a new chance going forward, a clean slate. I'm familiar with many of the deputy prosecutors and of course staff in the office. And I think there's a lot we can do to help with the burnout and the support staff well-being. Because ultimately, what I don't like to see are attorneys that abuse the staff. They are the ones, I'm sure Ms. Millard agrees, they're the ones that keep that operation, that office going. And I would not tolerate attorneys that abuse the support staff. So, and I think this again is one of those things where you have to have clear expectations for your attorneys. And I think that's something that we've been missing. What's allowed, what's not allowed. And we need everyone on the same page of excellence. Thank you.
Question number 6, how do you stay current with changes in criminal law and legislation?
I probably with the best attitude I can have given where Washington State is headed. And it generally is not in favor of state in the prosecution. And that's largely because of Olympia and a very Democrat-controlled legislation that is makes it difficult. Now, how do we stay current? We have to have trainings. We do WAPA once a year. That's Washington Association of Prosecuting Attorneys, where we spend 3 days just being lectured about changes in the law. And I'll be frank with you guys. When I go to those, there's about, I don't know, 300 deputy prosecutors. It's a big conference room. I tend to sit in the back, but what do I see? I see a lot of prosecutors, deputy prosecutors with their laptop open, shopping on Amazon. And it disgusts me. They're doing all the other things. I can tell they're not listening. So this is something I think that needs to happen especially at the county level, to make sure that we are up to date with the changes in the statutes and the case law. Thank you.
Tell us about a time when you had to make a difficult decision in a case.
When I went to Chelan County, when I first started there, I was assigned a case that involved a defendant who was alleged to have downloaded child pornography. It had been going on for at least a couple of years. It was assigned to a deputy prosecutor who had left that office as I was coming in. It was a person who, the defendant was a person who was pretty well known in the community. And Mr. Silby, my boss, had said, Chad, I want you to take this case, look at it, make an independent review. I don't want you to read any newspaper articles. This is purely, I want an objective view on it. Now, child pornography cases, child sex abuse cases, you hear him and you want to, of course, throw him to prison, take away the key, and or perhaps other things that the Eighth Amendment wouldn't allow. And I was given that case and I reviewed it. And there were a lot of things, frankly, that were missed by the prosecutor, the deputy prosecutor in charge of it, who had then left our office. It wasn't going to be a popular decision with the citizens of Chelan. But ultimately, when we looked at the investigation, spoke with detectives that were assigned the case, found correspondence that we were aware of that was pretty exculpatory. meaning evidence that would tend to negate the defendant's guilt. That was a case that I had to dismiss because it was not right. They charged the wrong person, and I get that mistakes happen. We all make them. Speaking with the detectives about it, they understood why. And I had to go into court for a case I didn't charge, a case that should never have been brought in the first place, and dismiss it. It was not a popular decision, but one of the things, but at the same time, we did not believe that he committed that crime. It was over Wi-Fi, over a Facebook, and with Facebook, you click on something and then something you shouldn't click on, and then someone is able to get into your account and then upload things. So that's one of those cases where you know it's not going to be a popular decision, but the longer I do this job, there's one principle probably above all that I've learned, which is do the right thing and damn the consequences. Even if it is not going to be popular.
Okay. Number 8, how do you approach plea bargaining and what is your philosophy on it?
I got my master's of science in criminal justice as part of a dual degree with the law JD degree over in Rhode Island. I will say, don't ever move to Rhode Island. Maybe visit it in the spring or fall, but a terrible place to live. And one of those things was talking about plea bargains. And I know the public gets really upset. I've read all the Facebook comments when there's a plea bargain for a case and the public doesn't understand why. Unfortunately, the criminal justice system is the plea bargaining system. And people may not like it, but we have limited resources. If we took every single case to trial, if we did not offer a plea bargain, because here's the deal, if you take a plea bargain and you say, okay, just plead to everything, there's no incentive for the defense attorney or the defendant to do that. So we have to lower, we have to reduce something. And, Ms. Biddle talked about this. I had the pleasure of listening to her at the Republican committee meeting. And it's just the realism of the criminal justice system. It's not popular. So my approach, there are things that I would not like to plea bargain. I would not want to plea bargain any gang cases. If it were up to me, we'd have signs as you enter Grant County from every possible direction. You're a gang member, you will get no plea bargain. And I've come to the conclusion that even if the cases are difficult, I think we need to follow through on those. We do our best. I trust law enforcement here. Sheriffs, MLPD do a fantastic job. State Patrol, they work together very well. And Brandon, Mr. Guernsey would be part of that training with law enforcement and getting the best possible case so that we do not have to plea bargain gang cases. They are not a protected group in the Constitution, so they can't claim it's discriminatory. With child sex cases, and I know for Ms. Biddle, this is a more difficult one because you're dealing with children who if you go to a trial, they would likely have to testify. And there's a lot of considerations to take into account. As she can, I'm sure, let you know, it is not easy for kids. Carly does an exceptional job with preparing them, but at the same time, we need to take into account the victim's thoughts and feelings about those cases and try to reach a result that we feel good about, even though, again, publicly, you'll see the Facebook comments about, I don't understand why a rapist is getting a plea bargain. But it's something we don't like to hear. One of the things that I would do, and I don't remember if it was Mr. Guernsey or Miss Biddle came up with this idea as I was listening to it, is we need to have, as a prosecutor's office, a Facebook page. And I don't know if Instagram, but I know Facebook better, where we explain why we do the things that we do. I think that's been a problem for a lot of the prosecutor's office and lack of transparency. Even when Ms. Biddle was explaining to me the other day, we put in reasons why we do plea agreements. Some of those include, okay, the victim did not want to testify, but he was happy with what the potential sentence would be on a plea bargain. And unfortunately, when it comes onto Facebook, which is where a lot of people get their news on what happens in the criminal justice system in Grant County, there's no mention at all of what is in the court record, which we explain very detailed in writing why we are doing what we're doing. Our limited media outlets, One Source News, for example, Source One News, for example, from what I understand, and maybe they've been told that we won't talk with them, but they're not getting the whole story out to the public. And I think that's unfortunate. I think that's something definitely, as a prosecutor's office, we need to have more transparency, more communication, education for the public. Thank you.
Okay, question, I think it's number 9. My initials are over it, so I don't forget. It's my turn. How do you communicate your expectations to your team, and what follow-up methods have you found to be effective?
I can tell you the follow-up methods that have not been effective, which is no one knowing what the expectations are. You know, one of my favorite people for good quotes on Excellent is Nick Saban, who was a coach for Alabama football team until recently. And I think a lot of the frustration that we've seen in the office, and this isn't restricted to a prosecutor's office, this is things that he talks about with his football team, is what we want is everyone on a high level of excellence. The problem with not having everyone on that level is what you see is people that aren't working hard. And I'm not, of course, not going to name anyone specifically. I think there are a lot of prosecutors in the office that have the capacity to do that and to be very good attorneys, but they have not been given that standard to live up to. And so what we have is people having not to do a lot and then getting away with it. And then what you have are those top people, the high achievers, and they see the people that are low achievers not having no accountability. And so where do we end up with that? The high achievers get frustrated. They're like, why am I working this hard if I could get away with doing the minimum or just throwing something together that you wouldn't feel proud about? And then you have resentment from the low achievers because they're like, oh, these people that are high achievers, their standards are set too high, they're making us look bad. And I think that's where a lot of the conflict is, as I've reflected back in the prosecutor's office, a lot of the conflict has been that. From a management perspective, what is the result? They see the high achievers getting a lot done, getting the job done. And so what do? They take those projects and jobs away from the low achievers because they're not getting them done. And so we're rewarding the high achievers with more work or I should say punishing the high achievers with more work and rewarding the low achievers with taking work away. And that needs to stop. We need to all be on the same level. Once we get to that point, a lot of that internal friction will go away. And I think we need to be upfront with those expectations. Arrive on time. This isn't rocket science. One of the things that drives me crazy about government is this idea that it's good enough for government. We can just show up when we want to. Don't mind the 1,000 felony cases that are backlogged that we aren't charging. There's absolutely no reason to be coming in late, if not every day to work, when you have hundreds of felonies in your queue. So there needs to be accountability. And my plan is we turn the page. I'm giving people a clean slate for 30 days. If they're showing that they're going to arise to that new level of excellency, great, fantastic. We want to keep them. But if they are not, I think it's time to move on and really seek out candidates that really believe in this job as a prosecutor. Thank you.
Describe a time when you received unfavorable feedback and how you use that feedback for growth.
Unfavorable feedback. All right. I'm not sure I've ever received unfavorable feedback. They're probably afraid how I would react. No, unfavorable feedback, probably Mr. Guernsey, give me something I screwed up. No, all right. No help there. All right, okay. So, okay. Can we pass that one? Let's move on.
You gotta have
I'm going to take some time to think of some.
I mean, your siblings run a business, you're an attorney. I'm sure they give you some unfavorable feedback.
Okay, that's true.
We really can come back to that one if you'd like.
Yeah, let's, I just think I've never merited unfavorable feedback. That was a joke.
I'll take a mulligan on that one.
We'll come back to that one.
Okay, number 11. What do you think will be most difficult or challenging about being the county prosecutor?
For me specifically, it will be one of the parts, a big part of the county prosecutor is the civil side of it. I've been focused on the criminal side of it pretty much the entire time. I've had a few civil things, nothing to write home about. That would be, each of us have our strengths and weaknesses. Civil, especially at first, I'd be relying on our 2 civil deputies until we can get caught up to speed on the current issues, any lawsuits going on, what's the trajectory of them. I did have so that's one concern. I think you guys ought to know that civil, that's not our forte. So criminal has been mostly it. I was talking with, actually this morning, with my current boss, the elected in Chelan County, and I asked him, what is the hardest thing about your job? And he said it was the personnel issues. So this is why I really want to focus on being a good manager, a good leader, and from the leaders in the office to all be on the same page. We can't have too many chefs in the kitchen, and I think from my experience in the past, that's what's happened, and it makes sense. Deputy prosecutors, staff get very frustrated because Chad wants to do it one way, so-and-so wants to do it another way, and it puts the boss in a difficult position of saying, okay, your way's not great, your way's better, and then ultimately has to make a decision. What we do not want is 10 different law firms in the county prosecutor's office, each attorney doing everything a different way, staff members that like to do things a certain way, and that might be at the direction of the deputy prosecutor. So one of the ways that I think that will be a challenging part of the job is making sure we are all on the same page. One thing I liked about Mr. Guernsey, our case management system, is he's developed what we call workflows. And those are meant to standardize how we do things in the office. I don't know if they've been followed through on lately, but it just makes sure, okay, there's a process for everything. It's laid out in a case management system, which we pay a lot of money for. And so we need to use it. It's got a lot of possibilities. We've barely skimmed the surface on a lot of it. Mr. Guernsey, was one of the forerunners in creating those workflows. And that, I think, has helped make us one unified prosecutor's office. We still have some ways to go on that.
You ready for the next one?
Yeah.
Okay. What do you think are the most significant challenges currently facing the PA's office and its staff, and how do you plan to address these challenges?
I would say one of the most significant challenges right now is the backlog of cases. And it may not seem like a big deal. It really is, because what's happening is law enforcement sends us cases through the case management system, I think is still the case. And then the staff takes those, they apply them to our system. It gets a notice sent to the attorney that's assigned to it and say, okay, you need to review this for this charge. It's from this agency. And getting that backlog of cases is the big challenge, because what's happening in the meantime, they're out and about. We've got these felony referrals, felons, I should say alleged, but out there in the community, they pick up new crimes. Sheriffs, MLPD, and the other local agencies do their job and book them to the degree it's possible, although I am looking forward to the new jail, where we'll have a bigger capacity for those, especially the repeat offenders. But what has been a problem is by not charging those, they're still out and about. We're forced to release them. I shouldn't say forced. A decision is made to release them pending full investigation. And there's some statutory guidelines that we're supposed to follow. I will emphasize their guidelines. A lot of discretion is left with the prosecutor, and that's something that I would work with Sheriff Crete, Chief Sands, and the other municipality chiefs, because we need to get the ones off the streets that are committing crimes over and over again at a revolving door. And I know it's frustrating with law enforcement when they book someone or try to book someone only to be turned away. And it's just the problem just gets worse and worse, because they just commit more felonies and they end up in the list. And the list has become out of control. So how do I plan to change it? I talked a little bit about having standards for, okay, every day before you go home, you need to make sure that you review at least 10 out of custodies. So that we may need more evidence, we may need more investigation, but at least get the ball rolling. We can't just have them sit there collecting dust while they throw more stuff on us. And it gets worse and worse. Thank you.
This is the last question that we have, and it's a two-part question. Please share with us your top 3 strengths and 1 weakness, and what you have done to work on the weakness that you mentioned.
All right, strength. I would probably say my integrity. That is something I hold dear. I've worked very hard for it. And it's something that you can lose with one decision on one day. I am very much, like I said before, you do what is right. Do what is right. Consequences will happen. Of course, legal consequences, liability, you'll try to minimize as much as possible to protect the county, because that is one of the duties as a prosecutor. Strength is I very much want accountability. And I don't think we have enough of that. That would be something that I am focused on. I want to make sure that when we ask our deputy prosecutors to do something, that it gets done and follow through. Have someone in charge of minutes for meetings. We come back to the meeting, we review what was assigned, what was the progress, and if there wasn't progress, why not? 3, strength is, yeah, I'll say this. I do not, and it kind of bleeds into the other parts of this interview, but I cannot stand mediocrity. I cannot stand people that don't appear in court as prosecutors that reflect this office, that are not dressed professionally. I have very high standards for offices and that they are maintained in a professional manner and that we don't have clothes hanging around chairs like it's a college dorm room. I expect people to show up on time, properly dressed, and not there to make breakfast when they get here. This is the government's, this is our taxpayer dollars going to pay for these things. And I part of this is the business background with my parents that I saw, but this would not be tolerated at all if people are showing up to work in their gym clothes. So I demand high expectations. I think that is a strength. Now, weakness, maybe I can use this for number 10 as well. Go back to that. I can get in a mood if something is, if things are being ignored, standards are not being met, and I just don't understand the government mentality of work ethic. And so what I've been working on is trying to see the other side of it, recognize that we're not all perfect. We make mistakes. I've made, in my near 15 years as a prosecutor, I think maybe 1, 2 mistakes. It was a joke. Quite a, and that's what you expect from new attorneys especially. What's important is that they learn from them. What I appreciated about Angus was that he would have us do a trial report for every trial that we did, whether it was a bench or a jury trial. And he would give us feedback each time on the things that we learned and things that we could do better. But, I'm not perfect. That's why I need Ms. Biddle and Mr. Guernsey to keep me from going nuclear sometimes. But at the same time, there are certain things I won't tolerate. And I demand excellence from all the deputies. So there are other things that I would change with the prosecutor's office. They kind of, I don't know if they fit in the questions perfectly, but I feel I need to at least let you know. I would like a complete restructure of the prosecutor's office. I don't like that we are in 2 different buildings. It's not helpful. I'm hoping with whatever remodels happen and the jail being moved, that we can work together so that the prosecutor's office, we really need to be in the same space. I would like to see, instead of a superior court juvenile, and district court prosecutors, I would like to see that go away. Instead, I want to have units or teams that are specialized. Because right now, district court prosecutors feel like they're getting the, crap always flows downward type of a situation. They always feel like they're not important. And I get it. I was in district court for many years, and we always felt like the Superior Court deputies were just throwing crap on us. They need to feel as valued as the Superior Court deputies. I would like to see a mentorship program and have teams or units specialized, because that is the law and criminal law. Sexual assault, special victim unit, child abuse. It goes across all the courts. And so what we need is someone at the head of that unit training the others that are newer attorneys so that they can help each other across courts. And they're specialized in it. They go to specific trainings for it. And the same with gangs, drugs. I know Mr. Guernsey's gone to those conferences with INET and other MLPDs, street crimes unit, and have him have and same with Carly, 2 or 3 people assigned to that unit so that it's specialized. They know exactly what they're doing. They've got that mentorship from the ones that have the experience. And I really want this is a good idea. I don't remember if it was Miss Guernsey, oh my gosh, Miss Biddle or Mr. Guernsey that suggested this at the Republican meeting. I really liked the idea that we do much more bench trials. We went from years ago, I don't remember how long ago, jury trials in district court were pretty rare, but we used to do a lot of bench trials, and that's where you really get that experience for your newer attorneys without the hassle of a jury, the time it takes, and the extra stress, because in those bench trials, that's where you really get your experience, and that's where you want to make your mistakes in district court on a DWS 3 and not on a murder 2.
Probably have about 20 or 30 seconds left. If there's anything else you'd like to add?
Yeah, just apologies for getting pronouns incorrect. Thank you, appreciate it.
Thank you.
I want to leave that on the table. I'm sorry.
I feel like we're doing a quick transition. But it was smooth.
I do my best. All right. So it is 3 p.m. and we're going to move on to Brandon Guernsey. This appointed prosecuting attorney interview is an open public meeting and is being recorded via Zoom. The recording will be uploaded to the Board of County Commissioners official YouTube channel for public viewing. This interview will last 1 hour and we will be asking you a series of questions. Please be thorough in your responses. We may ask a follow-up question as needed. And I will start with the first question. What made you interested? Well, how about just a quick introduction of yourself? Sorry.
Sure, thank you. My name is Brandon Guernsey. I am fortunate enough to call myself a husband and a father. You will get to know quickly throughout this interview that my family means the world to me. A lot of the decisions that I've made in my life have revolved around their betterment as well as my own and looking out for the best interests of my family. I grew up near Salt Lake City, Utah. I am, unlike the other candidates, the only transplant, I will say, to the area. I was hired in 2017 by Prosecutor Garth Dano. I will note that you know, Grant County really grew on me and my family. When I drove through in 2017 in the awful winter, I grew up, like I said, near Salt Lake City, Utah. I went to law school at the University of Louisville in Kentucky. Pretty much larger cities my entire life. So as you can imagine, the shell shock that I went through, seeing all of the farms and dairy cows, as well as the smells, I was in a little bit of a shock. I even called my wife. It's like, I don't know if this is going to work out. 7 years later, I made the difficult decision to move my family once again across the country. I left the prosecutor's office in February and moved to Augusta, Georgia, where I was working at the district attorney's office for Richmond County. During my time at the prosecutor's office, I practiced in the district court, I did juvenile court, and then since 2019, I worked in Superior Court. Luckily, during that time, I was able to really tackle my passion, and that is working on drugs, as well as gangs and gun crimes. Working with INET was really one of the greatest accomplishments that I've had the opportunity to do. They are hardworking individuals, would call me often at 2 o'clock in the morning with questions, and my response often was, go home, you have a family. But they're, oh, we're just so close. I love working with people. So building relationships, showing appreciation to staff, and it is a hard job that we are dealt with or faced with every single day. Apart from that, on a personal side, I am a hockey coach for the Moses Lake Youth Hockey Association. I have coached age groups from 8-year-olds all the way to 16-year-olds. I love the sport of hockey. It's taught me a lot, and coaching those kids have really built up a community for myself. Like I said, it was a very difficult decision to move away from here for that reason, because this is the area that we raised our kids. We've been here for 7 years. All 4 of our kids have really spent the majority of their childhood in this area. I guess I'll get to the next part for the next question, but I am grateful for the opportunity to be in front of you today.
Thank you. All right, what made you interested in filing for this vacancy?
As I stated in my opening statement, it was a difficult decision to leave. One of the major factors for leaving was concern about my inability to make any effective change from the seat that I was in at the prosecutor's office, despite all of my efforts, countless meetings encouraging better systems or better ways to do things. I feel like they were often unheard. Apart from that, on a personal side, we were living in Moses Lake. My children were going to the Moses Lake School District schools, and I was concerned about their future. I also felt that the criminals were winning, and I was very concerned about, again, from the seat that I was in at the prosecutor's office, a real ability to effectuate any real change that would make this community safer. So once I heard of Kevin or Mr. McRae resigning, it was a very long and hard conversation to have with my family, because we had just driven 2,000 miles across the country with 4 kids who, I tolerate a lot. They're great kids. I love them very much, but man, that was a lot of car time. We arrived in Georgia, and my wife and I looked at each other and pretty much said, never again. And then 3 months later, not even 2 months later, this happened, and it's like, well, I can make change now. From day one of arriving in Georgia, my kids, I was the bad man for a while. My kids wanted to get back to their friends. They wanted to get back home. My wife, oh, bless her heart, she's really put up with a lot with me throughout the years. It took her about 7 years to do it, but about 5 years in, she got a really, really good group of friends through church, and they would get together regularly to play pickleball. She's a kind of an introvert. I'm much more extroverted, so making friends for her is a little bit more difficult. So again, bad man, and I took her away from her friends that she didn't have for 5 years living here, and now suddenly she did in a great community. So we had a sit-down conversation with the kiddos, with my wife, and explained the entire situation and that there was an ability to make change. Life would be very busy and very stressful, and if it was something that we could manage as a family, and even the 5-year-old voted, and every one of them said, let's go back home. So I do feel that I have the right personality to make effective change at the prosecutor's office. I did have a couple of people call me, pretty much begging me to do this. And it was just, again, a hard decision. I had just purchased a house in Georgia. Interest rates are not great right now. So I've kind of put myself in a precarious situation, as I've already quit my job in Georgia. And I think that the higher calling, greater good is the short answer. Thank you.
Thank you. Number 2, what do you believe are the most important leadership skills for a successful prosecuting attorney?
So I'm kind of a nerd in that I read a lot of books about how to better my life, because I just want to be the best Brandon I can be. I think the first would be trust. If the prosecutors, as well as the staff at the prosecutor's office, trust whoever is in charge, they are more likely to be able to get behind and follow whatever they're doing. Second, I think, is competence. I don't ever and have never claimed to be the best trial attorney, nor the smartest person in the room. In fact, I think, Chad is probably, or Mr. Jenks, Miss Jenks, probably, 5 times smarter than me. Miss Biddle is an excellent trial attorney, and she has done marvelous things on her cases. I'll never claim to be the best trial attorney or the smartest person in the room. I do work extremely hard. I learned a great work ethic from my father. But I do feel that competence goes a long ways in that I know the field, and I know how to build relationships with people. And I think that if people can get behind somebody who is competent at what they're doing, it would go a long way. The third thing I think is an important leadership skill would be someone who can inspire individuals to a greater good or a greater cause. I think that I have that ability to at least guide or give some direction, encourage teamwork, have more communication about expectations, accountability, things like that. And fourth, I think a good vision for what the prosecutor's office can be, not necessarily where it is right now. I am constantly trying to better myself, and I think that it would be a shame if anybody were to look at a prosecutor's office and think we're good where we are. So a forward-thinking mindset of what can our prosecutor's office be in 5, 10 years, tomorrow, even in the next hour. And then lastly, for the fifth thing, I think communication and communication, allowing people to come up and talk to you about their concerns, about their desires, and having a way for them to have an outlet to really feel heard and feel appreciated, I think goes a long ways to building morale and being able to help have them have better attitudes when they're at work altogether. So if they have someone they can trust who is competent, who can inspire them, who is looking into the future for the betterment of the office, as well as allowing them to feel appreciated by communicating the needs and wants and desires of everybody, I almost think the ship writes itself. Thank you.
Okay, how do you balance the pursuit of justice with the need to manage a large caseload?
I think Mr. Jenks said it, that he really hit the nail on the head with this one. The caseloads at Grant County Prosecutor's Office are out of control. It's always one of the biggest and most difficult decisions to make is, do I focus right now on this large case that I have in front of me that we've already charged, where our speedy trial or time for trial rule is coming up and we've got to bring this person to trial or make some sort of deal with them, or review this out of custody or non-charged case. The idea of, the pursuit of justice, what is fair under the circumstances? How much criminal history does the person have? What are the victims saying? What does the evidence show? I think that, again, if you boost morale at the office, if you can show people that they're appreciated and what they are doing is appreciated. As prosecutors, we don't get a lot of thank yous. And so, when they do come, I tell you, it feels great. 7 years, I think I've gotten like 5, and each one of them I remember. Go home and tell the wife about it. It's like, I got thanked today. It was amazing. But ultimately, and I know we're going to get to this later, but plea deals just kind of have to happen, or the system is going to break. I think that we definitely need to set hard lines for cases that are most serious, and work as fast as we can at the ones that aren't so serious. Thank you.
How would you ensure ethical conduct within the prosecuting attorney's office?
Like Mr. Jenks said, I have zero tolerance for people who lie. I think especially just in general in life, if you are someone who is unethical, your credibility goes out the window. More so for attorneys, especially someone in such a high public eye that we are. Anything that even appears to be unethical really raises eyebrows pretty much everywhere. And getting one of the phone calls of, I think you did this unethically, I can't even imagine what that would be like. I think this really falls under the communicating what expectations you have and ensuring at the onset that the individuals you are hiring already don't have any black marks on their book, or is it red marks, black marks? Anyways, things that kind of indicate that they haven't been the most honest of people throughout their life. Yeah, thank you.
Number 5, what steps do you take to prevent burnout and staff support staff well-being?
Yeah, I am actually a very big proponent of work-life balance. Like I previously said, my family means the world to me. So they actually give me quite a bit of energy. I made it a habit for years to get home with them, play around with the kiddos for a while, spend quality time with my spouse. And once everybody is in bed, I stay awake and burn the midnight oil for a bit to catch up on the things that I needed to finish. Having that outlet for me personally, I think kind of solves some of the burnout. We do live or work in an extremely stressful field where burnout is almost inevitable. Preventing it entirely, I think, is almost impossible. But encouraging some sort of work-life balance where they kind of get away from the terrible things that we see as prosecutors every day, to give their brain a break, to kind of go back to reality. And I had a thought and it just ran away. And then, again, I think that boosting morale in the office would help with this. There was several years where I was employed at the prosecutor's office where going to work every morning at 8 a.m., I was excited. Seeing what good I could do at work, the people that I could help, I really felt like I was Don Quixote, just someone who could go out there and just, march into hell for a heavenly cause, really. Like just go and see the worst sides of humanity and feel like I have accomplished some good. That died when morale really, really was lost. We didn't have any sense of direction. And I will say that if it were not for my legal assistant, Laura Hewitt, or the work I was doing at INET, I probably would have left longer ago than when I did. Again, leaving this job, even when I did, was a very difficult decision to make. Something that I'd been thinking about for years, right around actually when Mr. Jenks left for Chelan. And there was a lot of thought that went into it, a lot of discussions with my wife. And it was difficult for about a year and a half, every morning. Well, I won't tell you what I said when I woke up every morning, but it wasn't good. And it was a real struggle to get myself out of bed and to work every day. And when you are working in an environment that you're not happy in, not only does the day go by slower, but feeling like you're part of something bigger than yourself is a lot more difficult to feel. When problems come to you, it's almost like, why do I even try? I feel like my office was a revolving door of problems for a long time, even though I wasn't in any position to make things better, just because people wanted to be heard and they felt like they weren't getting it. And it was a real tricky and just awful position to be in, hearing people's complaints, making a list of them, taking them to, I'm gonna air quote, the leadership team that is at the office, or even at our office meetings, to one, be laughed at for making the list of problems, and two, having people like in the leadership team have the audacity to sit there and say they have nothing prepared for the week to talk about, when they're sitting in the same hearings as I am. So I think that if you boost morale, have a work-life balance. I will say exercise helped me a lot. I would encourage members of the office to get out and move. Clearing your brain with energy and healthy foods is a good thing. And I would encourage the best living that they could. to boost morale and encourage a team work effort so that they know it's not me that's failing. If I don't do my job well, I'm failing the team, and that's bad. Thank you.
Okay, and number 6, how do you stay current with changes in criminal law and legislation?
One of my favorite things to do in the world is go to trainings. And the trainings I go to with Mrs. Jenks or Mr. Jenks, I would also sit in the back with him because he's my buddy. But I was lucky enough to go to several trainings with INET at the Washington State Narcotics Investigation Association's conference, WSNIA. It is really neat to be there with a group of officers, seeing how they rally behind each other in this brotherhood of let's make our community safer. There are not many prosecutors that go to these conferences with law enforcement, and I think that that's really sad. The amount of connections that I was able to get statewide at going to these conferences from prosecutors was so helpful for me in what I was doing at my job. I was able to reach out to prosecutors in King County, Kittitas County, other counties around. I don't remember all of them, but getting a network of individuals who are working in the same field as you, so that when something is bound to come, if you're an attorney and you don't learn something new every day, you're not doing your job right. There is so many intricacies in the law that, again, if you do not learn something new every day, you're not doing your job right. The Washington Prosecutors Association sends out emails regularly with updates from our legislature. I am not the best at reading case law because I find it to be awfully boring, but I do enjoy the Reader's Digest versions of them. And if there is something big, I am much more of an audible learner, so listening to conferences that the Prosecutors Association puts on are great. I've already mentioned the trainings with officers, but I've gone to several of them, and I learn a great deal of stuff, not only about being a prosecutor, but also looking at the case through the lens of the officers. Oftentimes we take for granted as prosecutors the split-second decisions that officers have to take every single day on something that we can take 3 months to look at. And so it's just not fair. And I really feel for them because oftentimes, or maybe not as often as people would like to think, but sometimes there are, things that you did great. We can't use this because of this law that's in place. But at the end of the day, I'm glad that you did what you did because you have to get home safe to your family as well. And I really feel for the amount of training that officers go through. And I think it's a shame that prosecutors don't go through the same amount of trainings because our job is just as important. We're on the same team trying to get the bad guys off the street and clean up our communities. And without trainings, there's no ability for us to do that other than just going into the courtroom and having the crap beat out of us in front of the judge and anyone else. So I'm huge on trainings. Not so huge on reading stuff, but I think that to each their own. Everybody's different. And so there are a lot of resources out there for prosecutors. We just have to make sure that we utilize them.
Tell us about a time when you had to make a difficult decision in a case.
I was able to prosecute an individual who went to an apartment building. Actually, he didn't go into it. He just drove up to it and shot several rounds into an apartment. 5 people were inside. Throughout the age of the case, we had made several attempts to contact them to come and testify. The case would not be provable without them. And we decided, instead of, just dismissing it, to get material witness warrants signed by the judge and having me start trial without knowing if any of these people were going to actually be forcibly brought into the jail to come and testify. There was a lot of faith that was put onto law enforcement to find these people. As, like I said, we had made several attempts to get them into our office to talk to them about it. It was probably one of the most nerve-wracking trials I had to do because of that question. Whether I'm going to have people actually show up, or if I'm just going to look like an idiot prosecutor who called ready for a trial without having the witnesses show up. Law enforcement pulled through. They found all 5 of them. Actually, it was 4. One of the 5 was an infant. So, and each of the 4 were brought in to the jail. We were able to interview them just moments before taking the stand, and luckily enough, due to the efforts of law enforcement, we were able to get the guy convicted of shooting into the apartment at these people. It was certainly one of those things that, as Mr. Jenks talked about, almost one of those, we need to, instead of offering a plea deal, we need to do the extra effort and work to get these people tried, even if it is as risky as that. Thank you.
Okay, number 8, how do you approach plea bargaining and what is your philosophy on it?
Yeah, as Mr. Jenks said, and I think I said earlier, without the plea bargaining system, the criminal justice system would break. The amount of hours that it takes to put on even the simplest of trials would really back up and break the entire justice system. So as a general question, my philosophy about plea bargaining is that it is necessary. My approach has been, as a prosecutor, we have to make a decision. Not making a decision is not an option. Sometimes the decision we make comes back to haunt us for a couple of months, and sometimes the decision we make makes us okay to sleep at night. So my philosophy, I guess I would say moving forward, would be making sure that there are, or just relaying the message and communicating to the office that there are going to be crimes where we set a very bottom line offer. I'm not a person necessarily to say I'm not giving a plea offer to somebody, but that doesn't mean that the offer is not going to be plead as charged to everything, and maybe we can argue what the sentencing is, and maybe you can come away good. That doesn't necessarily mean I would drop any of the charges, but I do feel that offering at least something to allow them to accept accountability for the actions that they've done, I would be fine with. But I do think that for the more serious crimes, gang crimes, and drug crimes, my work with INET has made me extremely passionate about especially the fentanyl crisis that we have going on, not only in Grant County, but around the world. So I have very little tolerance when it comes to people selling fentanyl. On a personal level, I've got family members who have their own addictions to substances, and I have seen how it wrecks families. So I would take a harder stance on drugs and guns, guns, gangs, and sex crimes. I've never fully prosecuted a sex crime myself. I know that they are very difficult. Some might say icky. That would be me. Very icky. They're definitely not, they would not be my top choice to prosecute. Luckily, we have people in the world like Miss Biddle who have the stomach to do those as they are needed. But I think drawing a hard line for plea bargaining in a lot of cases would go a long way, especially with the community. Sometimes, like Mr. Jenks said, the community doesn't get the entire story. We do, as prosecutors, if we ever do amend charges, there's always a reason in the certificate. And I think that there needs to be more public outreach by the prosecutor's office, telling people our reasons why we don't have a Facebook page. I'd be okay with an Instagram page, but I'm a millennial, so Instagram's fine. But we see posts all the time by the sheriff's office, and it's baffled me for years why we don't have one at the prosecutor's office, as well as, I would say, letting the community know that there are times of the year that we're just not going to tolerate it. Last year at the county fair, there was a shooting. Why on earth a prosecutor's office would not send out a notice beforehand that says, if there's anything illegal going on at the fairgrounds, it's not going to get looked the other way. We're going to prosecute to the fullest, call on law enforcement to do their very best. I know they always do. But our community deserves to feel safe when we're out doing things in public with our family and friends. And having a zero tolerance for any type of gang or drug activity or any violent activity at these events needs to stop now. We need to take our streets back from the criminals, and letting them know on the outset that we're serious, I think would go a long way. In short, again, I just think setting hard lines of we're not going to go below this. If that means more trials, so be it. If you have a prosecutor who is afraid of going to trial, send someone else with them and go. We have a lot of, or at least I should say, there are prosecutors who are not afraid to go to trial. So pair them with somebody, get them the experience that they need so that we can get in there and get the job done.
Okay, number 9, how do you communicate your expectations to your team, and what follow-up methods have you found to be effective?
I think that OneNote is, or was my best friend. This is where I would keep my lists of problems that would come up. It's always so hard to just talk so highly about yourself in a setting like this, but I feel a very good person at being able to communicate to people. And I feel like I can relate to them, kind of meet them where they are at, and tell them what the expectation is. Following up with them would just be a matter of setting a reminder either in a calendar or just go back to that same list of this was problem X and I don't see an answer to problem X yet. So I'm going to go and talk to the person that I assigned that thing to. Personally, I have found that if you relate to individuals first, don't rule over them like a tyrannical beast. For example, I have oppositional defiance disorder, self-diagnosed, but I would not do well in the military, I'll say that, right? Get down and give me 20 is not a good way to approach me. I'd probably say no, and I don't know, I guess deal with the consequences. But if you can relate to me and explain to me why, show me the vision of why problem needs to be fixed, I'm happy to do it. And not only will I do it, but I will do it very well. And I think a lot of people act under that same philosophy. I should take these things back to my kid and talk to him. Yeah, good. Thank you.
Describe a time when you received unfavorable feedback and how you use that feedback for growth.
Yeah. Okay. I was in a trial one time. I don't really remember exactly which part of the trial it was, but my lovely assistant, Laura Hewitt, was there watching me. And she told me at some point that I sounded like a robot, and therefore wasn't very relatable to the jury, which I found to be funny because I find myself to be actually quite comical, animated, and energetic. But she just told me, just go be yourself. And I was able to go kind of regroup, get back up there, be myself. And at least she later told me that I did good or better. I got a conviction, so I don't know if it was because of that, or just if the facts spoke for themselves. Oftentimes you can get convictions even though you're socially awkward. But it was helpful for me to know that at that time I was being very robotic and kind of a bore, I guess you should say. Like I said, I read several books on how to better myself. If my wife were here, she could give you a list, I'm sure, of my shortfallings. But I actually really appreciate opportunities to see what I struggle with and how I can improve myself.
Number 11, what do you think will be most difficult or challenging about being a county prosecutor?
I will say, based on my own experience there, I only left about 5 months ago, as well as conversations that I still have with people. There is a huge morale boost that needs to happen. People do not like going into work. People do not feel appreciated for what they do. There is drama like you can't even imagine. There is a certain amount of entitlement that is going on, which is creating resentment from individuals. So I would say getting the office on one page so that it can operate effectively and efficiently is going to be probably the toughest challenge that the new prosecutor is going to have to face. I say that because as prosecutors or as attorneys, we always think we're right. We always think we're the smartest person in the room. We always think we know a way to do it better. And then if you couple that with another type A kind of decisive person in an office setting that might not be a lawyer, but is still very lawyer type oriented, and they clash, that's where the drama happens. That's where you get in one office what appears to be things getting ran 5 different ways. That's where you get statements like, this is the way we've always done it. You get statements like, that's not how I do it. And then you get statements like, if this person shows up late for work, why am I coming in early or on time every day if there's no consequences for what they're doing? So a significant morale boost is not only necessary, but if something does not happen, the ship is, can you sink more a sunken ship? Is that possible? It's going to be unsinkable. How about that? the severe lack of leadership that is going on right now is astounding. I was at the prosecutor's office when we went through a training with somebody. We took this personality test and paired it with another person in our office, like, for example, our legal assistants. We went through one-on-one interviews with somebody to kind of just help us out. I know that there was a leadership team around that same time that was created. And honestly, biggest waste of money that if we paid the person, I don't know, I assume we did. But there was absolutely zero follow through in anything. That I don't think that the tests we took or the things that were brought up in a long, I think it was like a 3-hour meeting we had with this guy as a group, and then like an hour one-on-one, nothing was ever done with it. And there were no changes made, no change in staff. I think that there was one appointment available or appointment made as like a liaison that people could go to with their problems. I say problems, but just any issues. Whether that person is ever talked to about things or even has the ability to effectuate change from things that are said, I'll never know. But seriously, a severe waste of money and time that it took away from our cases for that. So I think getting people on the same page, creating a team-like environment where people feel heard, respected, and appreciated would go a long way. Thank you.
Okay, question number, so I just want to finish up the last comment. Number 12, what do you think are the most significant challenges currently facing the PA's office and its staff, and how do you plan to address these challenges?
Well, I already talked about the behavioral issues. I think that will be a significant one. Like Mr. Jenks stated, definitely a reorganization of how things are ran. Since the time that I have been at the prosecutor's office, it's always been ran the same way. And it's one of those things that, like I said earlier, the statement is, this is the way we've always done it. It's going to hurt at first. People are going to probably not like change, as it's been my experience. And anytime significant change happens, people get yelled at, feelings get hurt. For example, when our office went paperless, the amount of hatred that I felt during that time period was amazing. But I think that if you were to go and ask anybody at the office now, do you want to go back to the paper files? I'm pretty sure all of them would say no. So things are going to hurt for a while. I think that, where I worked at in Augusta, Georgia, it was probably an office 3 times the size of our office here. There was the district attorney and his chief, and then everybody else underneath him or them that kind of followed suit. They then assigned units or teams, and then team leaders or unit leaders, where the unit leaders essentially were there to answer questions, be available for them to help out at trials, and then there were a number of victim advocates that would assist the attorneys in setting up interviews, getting witnesses to trials and hearings that we need. A huge thing that I harped on for probably a year of meetings was making sure that all of the work that our officers did when they were out in the field was followed up by our office to make sure that we could get the people in for hearings if necessary. The amount of people that we lose and therefore can't prove a case because we can't even get a hold of them is ridiculous. Also, I was here for the first snippet, I will say, of the implementation of the new system that the 365 labs that officers are now apparently not using, but we're supposed to be using. And I will tell you, for about 6 months or 7 months before the implementation of this, I was harping on our office, telling them it's going to be a problem and we need to stay on top of it. Either nobody believed me or they just didn't care. And I would hate to assign, I don't want to assign malice to that, but I think it was incredibly stupid. The amount of effort that I put into making sure that there was some clear communication. I even went with our office to MAC Dispatch after setting up a meeting to make sure that we could get access to the system after fighting back and forth for weeks about how at some point, apparently the prosecutor's office refused to jump on board with this new program. And if it wasn't so sad, the follow through with that system and how it kind of turned out, the implementation of it, it would be laughable. If you were watching this on a movie and seeing the lack of communication between agencies, between the people putting it on, and completely excluding the prosecutor's office, even after several attempts from myself, is incredibly frustrating. So that's another thing that a big change that I think needs to come to the prosecutor's office is more involvement with our officers. Some of the best relationships that I have are with officers that I've been out in the field with personally. I have the relationship that I do with the detectives at INET because I will wake up at 4 o'clock in the morning and go do a search warrant with you. Not only will I do it, but I want to. I want to be there because every case is better when you're personally there. Not only that, but I build relationships with the detectives, and then having myself available for them whenever they needed to be, whenever they needed me. So having a close relationship with the sheriff's office, with Moses Lake Police Department, and other agencies, telling them why we're asking for the things we're asking for our cases, I would definitely very quickly put together, either myself or have someone else do it if I'm chosen, a PowerPoint presentation that I could go to these agencies and put on for them of the timeline that we are under as prosecutors when we file charges and the urgency that is needed, why we keep saying we need these reports. Because there's nothing that makes a prosecutor more upset than being in court and having a defense attorney say, I have to continue this case because I do not have discovery from the state. And we say, oh, we sent this email, we haven't gotten anything yet. And there needs to be a follow-up communication, phone call, some type of conversation with the officer of like, we have filed these charges and we need the materials by this date. Having just the reason of I haven't received it yet is embarrassing. If we were more communicative, we could give them specific reasons of why we don't have things. And I'll be honest, sometimes I didn't find out that we didn't have stuff until hearing it myself. And it's very sad. So I would improve communication amongst all agencies and really push for a teamwork mentality to boost morale in the office.
Please share with us your top 3 strengths and 1 weakness, and what you have done to work on the weakness you mentioned.
As far as my strengths go, I feel much like Chad, integrity is a big one on my list. I take pride in being held accountable and being responsible for the things that I say, especially things that I say that I will do. So if I say that I will do something, I want people to know that it will get done. Second, I think that I am caring. I think that I'm a likable person. I think I'm approachable. I will put a caveat on there as long as you get to know me a little bit, because I hear at least that on first meeting me, I can be a little intimidating. But it would be, I think, very difficult for anybody to find somebody that says that I don't genuinely care about their well-being, or about how they can better themselves. Third, I think that I'm a very hard worker. I mentioned this briefly, but I learned a great work ethic from my dad. You know, he was very good at going to work, working his tail off, and also being there for all of the sporting events that I was in. This might surprise you, but I was also in choir when I was in high school, and he would show up for all of my choir concerts, even though I knew that he was working his tail off. Oftentimes, as we're driving down the road to hockey games or wherever, he would have to take a phone call. And while as a child, I was extremely frustrated about that, I understand it now as an adult, that sometimes work calls are important and you have to take them. He would wake up, and still does, very early in the morning to go and accomplish the goals that need to be done during the day. I'm no stranger to showing up for work early or burning the midnight oil. Do what needs to be done for the cause. Something that is a weakness of mine. Okay, my wife tells me regularly that I don't have that thing called a filter, where the first thing that comes into my mind doesn't go through any sort of filter system before it comes out of my mouth. And apparently sometimes I can be harsh, rude, or judgmental, or not even intentionally, but just the way that the words come out. So I don't know if a filter is something that you can create for yourself, but I have at least got to the ability to recognize a little bit that maybe the way that I said something came off a little bit harsh. And I am very quick to apologize when when I feel I have messed up. I guess that's kind of very subjective and not a true apology to some people, but you know, if I truly feel that I have done wrong to somebody, or you know, the words that I have said through my filter, I'm quick to apologize. So that's how I've tried to improve on the weakness of no filter and harsh or I don't know, hurt feelings talk. I can tell you several examples of meetings that I've had where I've said something that might have been a little bit too curt or too strong or forward, where I could sense kind of a change of direction. And while immediately I kind of feel, well, what did I say? You know, oftentimes if I replay it for my wife, she can dumb it down for me and make me realize the errors in my ways. So I'm working on being able to identify those by myself, because sometimes I just, I can't help myself. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? All right. Well, are you guys okay recess. 30 minutes.
Brandon, I kind of started laughing because I was in the same situation. I just
Okay,
had to
we'll
come-
take a
No, it's
quick
fine. You can laugh
3-minute
at me.
recess and be back at 4 o'clock. Good afternoon. It is 4:03 p.m. and we are back in session. This appointed prosecuting attorney interview is an open public meeting and is being recorded via Zoom. The recording will be uploaded to the Board of County Commissioners official YouTube channel for public viewing. This interview will last 1 hour and we'll be asking you a series of questions. Please be thorough in your responses. We may ask follow-up questions as needed. And can we begin with just a short introduction of yourself?
My name is Carly Biddle. I am currently a deputy prosecuting attorney with Kittitas County. I started working there in March of 2025 of this year. Prior to that, I was employed as a deputy prosecuting attorney with Grant County. I worked for Grant County for a number of years, almost 8. I started on my birthday in 2017 working for Garth Dano and stayed through March when I left. I have been raised in Ephrata. I'm very much a Grant County girl, small town girl. Went to high school at Ephrata High School, left for college. My family is all here. I'm deeply rooted in this community and dedicated to seeing it succeed. I am a mom and a wife and a sister and a daughter. My sister is the principal at the middle school here in Ephrata. My parents have been longtime residents, obviously retired. My dad's a disabled veteran. It was his status as being a disabled veteran that made me initially want to become a lawyer because I was convinced I was going to be a veterans advocate. Then I found out how boring that was. And I decided that maybe that wasn't the path I wanted to take. Unlike Mr. Jenks and Mr. Guernsey, I have had a very different path to become an attorney. I didn't go to traditional law school. I started my career as a legal assistant and then a paralegal. I finished the Rule 6 program, the law clerk program that Washington State offers after 4 years working for a defense and family law attorney, and stayed there for a while after, and that's how I got my law license. I sat for the bar after that. So I came out with little debt, but also a very different educational background. Initially coming back to Grant County was a means to get time in front of the court, get experience as an attorney, get trial experience. I quickly became aware that Grant County needed very good attorneys and strong people that were wanting to stay here and wanting to see the county succeed. And so that is a little bit about my background.
Thank you. What made you interested in filling this vacancy?
Well, I think I can just kind of go right off of what I left with. I am deeply rooted in Grant County. I want to see Grant County succeed. It's been said previously that in other areas, other prosecutor's office, Grant County is somewhat of a joke. It's not being taken seriously. We have a large size, huge space between different towns from Grand Coulee down to Mattawa, Warden. We're very spread out, but we have a huge population and high crime rate. And coming back to serve the community that I still live in, I still have a house in Ephrata. My family, I've been very active in this community for many years for different purposes. I want to see Grant County succeed. It was a very tough decision initially to leave Grant County. I didn't want to go. It wasn't something that I relished in. I was given an opportunity with Kittitas, which I just couldn't pass up at that point. And unfortunately, I had lost a lot of confidence in this office and how it was being ran. And I didn't want to leave, but I felt like my hands were tied. despite multiple attempts to try to make things better, to join the leadership team, to put in air quotes like Mr. Guernsey, there would be suggestions of things to improve the office that were never followed up on. And change needs to happen. It's hard growing, but I think that I can help effectuate that change, help bring the office into a better light. I think that it's not just a problem with how other prosecutors' office sees Grant County, how other attorneys see Grant County. It's a problem of how the general community sees the Grant County Prosecutor's Office. If you go online to any social media site and review any article that's coming out of the Grant County Prosecutor's Office, or really from law enforcement side, there is very little faith that the general community has to see things change. They expect people to get a slap on the wrist if they even get charged, and they aren't seeing their prosecutors do the things that they want to see happen. And so I think that it's our job to do that, but at the same time, we have to educate. We have to educate the general public on what can be done, and sometimes our hands are tied. You know, there's been plenty of people when asked, what would you like to see happen with the case? They say, oh, the death penalty. Well, that's not a possibility, especially for a theft. You know, we can't, it's not a hand for hand society. We have to educate, and that is something that this office needs to do better in order to gain that trust of the general public, as well as working with law enforcement. I have a very close relationship with a number of law enforcement officers. When Kevin decided to turn in his resignation, it was a Tuesday. I had just gotten to work and my phone blew up. I had multiple people calling me from the current prosecutor's office to law enforcement saying, hey, did you hear? It was hard to ignore and getting my actual work done that day because so many people wanted to know what was going to happen, and the level of unease that they felt was palpable. You knew that people that are still currently in the office were upset, were scared. They'd seen multiple attorneys leave, their leadership crumble, and they didn't know what to do. And so I think I can come back and help build that back up, help improve communication with everyone in the community. We're never going to be everybody's favorite person. It's just, that's just how it is. But at least we can try. So that was the biggest push I needed to come back and try to make a change that's best for the community, and you know, put myself out there. And really, it's home. I don't want to see anything bad happen in this community. Bad things happen, but I can do everything I can in my power to try to make it a little bit better. I'm going to. So really a sense of duty to this county and, you know, my family, my friends. And that's the big push I needed and why I wanted to come back and make a change. Thank you.
What do you believe are the most important leadership skills for a successful prosecuting attorney?
Well, I think that you have to be able to lead a strong team. You need to be able to set very clear standards, communicate those standards with every single person in your office. Everybody in the office is not going to hear what you're saying in the same way. Very much like learning styles. There's some people that want to read it. There's some people that want to listen to it. But you have to be able to set those standards with everyone and hold those standards the same across the board. But at the same time, you have to hold yourself to that same standard. As a prosecutor, you are not above reproach. You need to be able to take criticism from your staff when there's an issue. You need to be able to improve how you manage people. So that is extremely important. You need to be able to encourage and not just dump on. It's very easy to tell everybody what they're doing wrong. sometimes it's harder to tell people what they're doing right. I know it's harder for myself to sit there and even boost myself up and say, oh, these are the things I did great. I'm always going to go to, oh, where did I fail? Where were my downsides? So unlike Chad, who may not remember all the things that he could improve on, I tend to harp on myself about those. What can I do better? So I think for leadership, you need to be able to set those standards, hold everybody to those standards, including yourself, and work with people. Not everybody's going to hear it the same way, but encouraging those that need encouragement, setting a very clear directive. I think, unfortunately, it's been something that's been very hard in Grant County. You would see maybe somebody having shortcomings, not coming into the office on time repeatedly, other people getting upset about it because why would I be here at 8 if so-and-so isn't here until 8:45? Well, then they would never see it be addressed, especially if it continued to happen. So you need to set those clear guidelines and then follow up with it if needed. I think another very important skill you have to have is the ability to go through different topics. It's not just about criminal law. We have civil law. That's very important. That's something that I need to become more familiar with. We have appellate work. We have different areas in the office that need to all be addressed equally, and a lot of time put in. So being able to handle a little bit of everything is also very important, and surrounding yourself with a very strong team of individuals that aren't just going to tell you yes all the time, but going to tell you when you need to change, when something else needs to happen, is incredibly important. You have to be able to bend. You can't just be hard set and my way or the highway. Everybody has to work as a team. Thank you.
Okay, number 3, how do you balance the pursuit of justice with the need to manage a large caseload?
Well, I think one of the problems that I've seen happen is brand new prosecutors come in and they think our job as prosecuting attorney is to get convictions. And simply that's not true. Our job is to uphold justice. Sometimes that means not filing a case. Sometimes that means dismissing a case if evidence turns out differently than we expected to see. But at the same time, you have a very high caseload. Grant County is huge. The backlog of cases is incredible. You have cases that are felony offenses, but at the same time, is it justice to see a conviction happen, even if it could very well be a very essentially slam dunk case? I think one of the problems I had and a turmoil I had in myself was seeing somebody who's been trespassed from Safeway or Walmart, and maybe they were experiencing homelessness and they came in and stole a sandwich. Well, they had already been trespassed from Walmart, and then they came into the building and committed a crime. Well, that elevated it from a simple misdemeanor theft case to a felony, a Class B felony that is, depending on their history, can be extremely severe punishment. And I know that my evidence is strong. I have it on video. I have security. I have cashiers that all watched it happen. But is it justice to send somebody to prison for 60 months because they were hungry and stole a sandwich? Or is there a better way to handle that? Is there a misdemeanor offense that would be more appropriate? Some community court option that might be more appropriate? So I think that you have to balance all of it. There's extremely high caseloads in Grant County. A number of those cases are burglary second degrees from Walmart and Safeway. And while they might be essentially easy cases for the prosecutor to get through and to prosecute, they still take time. There's still going to be those people that aren't going to plea. You're going to have to take them to trial, and that's fine. But is that what's best for the community as a whole? Seeing a senior level prosecutor spend a week in trial on a burglary 2 case that's a theft that could maybe be resolved in a different avenue. And also you have farmers who see their farm equipment stripped, their farm equipment stolen, and they're not seeing resolutions. They're not seeing outcomes because maybe their case isn't so strong, because most farmers don't have security 24/7 guarding their farm equipment. So I think you have to balance what's best for everybody, as well as what really is justice in the grand scheme of things. Thank you.
How would you ensure ethical conduct within the prosecuting attorney's office?
Well, as attorneys, we have ethical standards that we have to follow. Those are very clear. They're laid out. We all have guidelines we have to follow. There's always so many jokes about attorneys. I get them from my family members on a very regular basis. My husband probably gives me the most amount of jabs about being an attorney. But the standard is we have high ethical guidelines we have to follow. Going through those is important, knowing what your standards are. And I think that as attorneys, we have to also lift each other up. And if there's somebody that's making questionable decisions, you have to be able to feel comfortable with your leadership to be able to step forward and say, this is not okay. What is happening is not okay. You don't want to create a culture where people are running and tattling on each other for, things that aren't ethical problems. But if there is a problem in the office that is causing concern, it needs to be addressed quickly, swiftly, and very accurately. You need to be able to hold everyone to those standards. I would expect that every attorney that came into the office is going to tell you the truth. But there, unfortunately, are those times where people don't feel that they can ask questions, especially right now, given the current climate of the office. You have a lot of younger attorneys, not a lot of people that they can go to ask questions. That can be a recipe for disaster. They don't have anybody to go to make sure that they're doing the right thing. And if they see that, oh, wait, maybe I messed up, instead of going and figuring out how they can fix it, because there's always a way to fix it. There's always a way to go back, put it on the record, figure out where the mistake happened and educate yourself to not make that mistake again. But you create a breeding ground where maybe people are afraid to admit that they made a mistake, afraid to come forward, and then they try to hide it. And that's even worse. My parents used to always tell me, just tell us the truth, because if you tell us the truth, we won't be mad at you. If you lie to me about it, that's when I'm going to be mad. I think I would challenge that when I was 16, not necessarily believing that that would be the case, but it's absolutely correct. If you have an open discussion and understand that with the law, yes, the consequences are extremely serious, but hiding something, making a questionable decision that can't be undone later, if you hide it, you have to come forward. You have to essentially fall on your sword. So I think the standards are very clear of what we have to go through, making sure everybody's aware of that and feels open to discussing it if they have concerns. Thank you.
What steps do you take to prevent burnout and support staff well-being?
Well, I think that's a couple-fold. There's a work-life balance. You have to have it. I think during different times of different administrations, you felt that you were able to have work-life balance in Grant County. Sometimes you didn't. I remember working for Garth, and I very much enjoyed working for Garth. He is that person that he would walk around and he would, take stock of who's going to be there at 7 o'clock. Well, then you feel the drive to be there, which might not be great if you have children or a spouse that expects you home. So you have to be able to understand that everybody has different needs they have to go through. Additionally, encouraging people, use your vacation time. It's there for a reason. Use it. I was probably one of the worst offenders. I routinely would have Ms. Millard email me in November telling me if I didn't use some of my vacation time, I was going to lose it because I hadn't used any all year. And so very quickly I'd be rushing to try to get something scheduled for the very end of the year so that I would use my vacation. So encouraging people, you have to take a break. We can't keep going all the time. And when you are on vacation, you're on vacation. Don't answer work emails. It's different when you're an attorney. Given the pay structure, the hours, it's not an 8-to-5 job. You will answer phone calls from law enforcement in the middle of the night. You will check an email in the middle of the night. You will come in to work at 6 a.m. when you have trial that day. But when you make those extra hours, maybe you leave it an hour early. You have to figure out how to balance it so you're not overworking yourself to the point of burnout, because that's when you have people make mistakes. That's when you have people generally hate coming to work. And if everybody hates coming to work, they're not going to. They're going to leave. They're going to find something better. They're going to go to Chelan where they have 25% of the caseload. Different environments. I have been very fortunate with KidCast. They have a very professional but relaxed family-like environment. They very much encourage staff to, adjust your work hours if you have a child that's in soccer, to go do those things with your family. That we figure it out. We're a team. If one person has to leave at 4 o'clock to go to a soccer game, well, then somebody else will figure out who covers for you. So you have to encourage that. You have to encourage the team behavior, encourage people to take the time off. And at the same time, when you're at work, you're at work. Thank you.
Number 6, how do you stay current with changes in criminal law and legislation?
We are very fortunate as prosecutors. We have WAPA, the Washington Association of Prosecuting Attorneys. They send out weekly emails, give us a breakdown of essentially the important rule changes, important case law. It's up to us to review that, to make sure that we are familiar with it. I tend to read a case and then I want to go down the rabbit hole. And I will spend way too much time going down the rabbit hole to get to crazy cases that don't actually matter anymore, but they're interesting to me just to see what happens. Reading those, discussing them, I think one thing that needs to happen is when you have attorney staff meetings, which in Grant County, we had one every Thursday afternoon, I believe, talking about those big changes, making sure everybody is aware that those changes are happening. There are huge changes coming. There have been for many years. You see changes in deadlines. There is now a change in the court rules regarding how long we have to get somebody to an arraignment hearing. It used to be that you would have 14 days from the time of filing to have somebody seen for their arraignment hearing. It's changing to 3 days in September. That's a significant change. We also, as prosecutors, need to relay that change to law enforcement. They need to know that change is coming. They need to know that that time clock that starts as soon as we file is shortening and what we need to do to proceed forward. So going as an entire staff, going through case law, discussing those, going to WAPA trainings is very important. I agree with Mr. Guernsey that training is incredibly important. I have gone through not just the WAPA trainings. I've spent a lot of time going through different trainings with ICAC, the Internet Crimes Against Children Task Force, going to different child sexual abuse trainings, and spending time with law enforcement to hear how their procedures, their policies are being changed in conjunction with court rules, recent case law. I think that it's very important for us to do as prosecutors to get out there, spend some time with law enforcement, Those trainings are incredibly helpful, especially if there's an area of law that you want to specialize in. I specialized in sexual abuse crimes, child sexual abuse, adult sexual abuse. It's not for everyone, but it was something that I became very passionate about. I still am very passionate about it. Other gang crimes, gun crimes, drug crimes, you need to play to people's passions. If you have a prosecutor that wants to focus on sex abuse crimes, you probably don't want to hand them a bunch of gang crimes or drug crimes because it's not their passion. It's not what they are going to strive to become excellent in. When you absolutely will have somebody else that's what they want to do. But at the same time, we have to hold the standard. If we're sending people to trainings, they need to go to a training. They need to know that they are representing this office. This office needs to have a very clear level of professionalism. Currently, it varies depending on who you ask. And I think that's being generous. If you're going to a training as an attorney, you need to be dressed as an attorney, paying attention like an attorney. I think we all agree and give the same answer that it's disheartening when you go to a training and see somebody playing games on their computer or shopping on Amazon the entire time. It's also disheartening when you see people doing things that are completely off base, not dressing the part, getting to the point where law enforcement may not want to be around you at trainings because you don't look the part, that you aren't presenting yourself that way. And we need to hold that standard. It needs to be across the board. When you go somewhere, you're an attorney, you're professional. We want to encourage people to go training. We want to encourage people to follow the passion, what area interests them in the law. But at the same point, if you aren't going to go and make us proud, then you don't get to go. Because it costs time, it costs money. It takes you away from the office, away from your cases, and it's not just a vacation day. You're there to work and you're there to represent our office. So I think that's very important. Also, when we get those case law updates, we need to also be, sending that to law enforcement, letting them know. It's hard with this county because we are so spread out. We deal with the Sheriff's Department a lot, MLPD a lot, but some of the outliers, maybe not. For a long time, there were, not clear of who to go to for different offices, Grand Coulee, Coulee City, Soap Lake, Warden, Mattawa. We need to go to each one of those departments, talk to them about issues, case law updates, so that they are aware and that we're getting the same standard across the board and holding everyone accountable.
Tell us about a time when you had to make a difficult decision in a case.
I was thinking about this question when I heard it asked earlier. I think the hardest decision that I've had to make it could go a couple of ways. One, when we review uncharged cases, as stated, I handle sexual abuse crimes. When you read a report of a disclosure made by a child or even an adult, you have to view all the evidence and you have to figure out if there are going to be any defenses to those crimes. And at the same time, they're extremely serious crimes. Just being charged with a sex offense will absolutely ruin somebody's life. And the last thing I ever wanted to do was charge somebody with a sex offense, implode their life, and have it turn out that they didn't do something. So you have to be very strict on what you're doing. But at the same time, you have to weigh the evidence. Sometimes evidence is very strong. Sometimes evidence is not so strong. And it's really hard to be able to tell somebody, listen, there's no other supporting evidence. And I don't think I can meet the standards that the RCW requires, that you have to be able to have this beyond a reasonable doubt. I don't think I'm going to get there because the disclosures were delayed. I understand that delayed disclosures with child sexual abuse is more common than not. But sometimes you have to also just weigh the credibility of victims, how individuals will see that. So personally, not charging a case that you then have to have the conversation with somebody of, it's not that I don't believe you. It's not that I don't believe that this happened to you. It's whether I have enough to prove it. And also, as a community member, I don't want to see this person go out and do it again if I don't charge. So that was very, very difficult. I sat on a lot of cases and didn't make a final charging decision, trying to get more information, talking to victims, talking to law enforcement, seeing what we could do. So that is an incredibly hard thing to do, especially if you have a case where you have, again, delayed disclosures, maybe no supporting evidence, but you do file it. Just recently took a case in Grant County. When I left Grant County, I kept a few cases because I couldn't let it go. So last week, I took a case to trial here in Grant County, and it was a delayed disclosure child sexual abuse case, and we didn't have physical evidence. We didn't have videos. We didn't have photographs. It was difficult. Taking that to trial is also a very difficult thing because I know that the level of trauma that child went through is significant. And the level of trauma I'm about to cause for them again by having to go through trial is also significant. But it needs to be done. So my answer is really twofold. Charging something or not charging something when the evidence just isn't there, and having to have that conversation with victims and thinking of the what ifs of what could happen if that person in fact did do what they are accused of, weighing how it could go for people accused of the crime. That's also, we have to consider that. That's our job. It's not, I'm as centered as I am in seeing victims get justice, I also need to make sure that people aren't charged with crimes that they didn't do.
How do you approach plea bargaining and what is your philosophy on it?
Well, as has been said, plea bargaining is absolutely necessary. Our system is not built to have every single case go to trial. I think that we have to do it. But at the same time, I think that there needs to be very clear standards. I think right now in district court, you have not enough attorneys in district court, at least when I left, there were still fairly new, and they had no immediate supervisor to go to discuss pleas. It needs to be very clear of across the board. No defendant should be treated differently. But if you have a high history of criminal offenses, you should most definitely have a greater consequence than somebody that has never been in trouble before. But those clear standards need to be provided to not just every prosecutor that you follow, a very clear written standard, but that's something that can be discussed with defense attorneys. That, listen, if this is the crime that's committed and this is a dollar value or this is the assault level, this is as far as we're willing to go with regard to the negotiations. This will be the offer on every single case across the board. And if you want to accept it, fantastic, we can get it done. If not, then let's, if there's another issue that I'm not seeing, I'm happy to talk about it. If there's a search warrant issue, a suppression issue, you have to consider those. But if not, we need to get it through the system quickly, not sit on it for years to come. Plea bargains have to happen. I also think we have to educate the public on why we plea bargain things. It is incredibly disheartening when you see a Source One article about a case being resolved and you know why it's resolving. You know the reason why it's resolving is because you don't want to see a 7-year-old have to go through the trauma of sitting in court, answering the questions about their sexual abuse in front of the person that did it to them, and that they may not be able to get through it. If there is a resolution that can be made that satisfies the victim, it gives them a sense of justice, and it is a reasonable resolution, it should be considered. And we need to be able to tell people that currently the Grant County Prosecutor's Office does not tell people. It's not publicized in any way, shape, or form other than in our plea paperwork and what we are amending down to or what charges are being dismissed. We have to be clear. We have to be able to answer those questions for people and explain the reason why we are doing things. Obviously, we're not going to give out names of victims, but we have to be able to say, listen, the level of trauma that this would cause to this child, we have to consider that. And this is why. We have to be able to tell them, this is why we're making a sentencing recommendation in a certain range, because we have standards that we have to follow. There are sentencing ranges that are laid out by the legislature. If you don't like those ranges, which most people don't, talk to your legislature. Here's the phone number, or email address that you could possibly, make a complaint to. But as for our standards, that's what we have to follow. So plea bargains have to happen. There are some cases that they should not happen. That if victims want to testify, if the defendant doesn't want to plea, that we just don't negotiate down. We have to be willing to go to trial. You have to fight the battle. We're not going to always win, nor should we always win, but you have to be willing to go and fight. And I think that the inexperience of a number of prosecutors that are currently there prohibit, or maybe prevent them from fighting the way they should. But that's falls onto their leadership. They don't have the mentorship. They don't have the people to go to ask the questions. Like, what should I do? Or the history of knowing that I can take this case to trial because I've done it before. So I think we have to be willing to bend, but we also have to be willing to stand, put our feet in the fire, and absolutely take something to trial if it needs to go, and not bend. And there are many cases that needs to happen on, from sexual assault crimes to gang violence, charging enhancements that can be filed that haven't been filed in a number of cases, especially gang enhancements. That's something that could be utilized more often. One of my personal favorites is I like adding aggravators to offenses, because that allows me to possibly request time outside of the standard ranges. I've done that on many crimes when the opportunities are appropriate. But at the same time, we have to charge things in a way that also tells defense that we're willing to deal. I worked in defense. I know the hardship that they have as well. A defense attorney can sit there and tell their client over and over again, listen, you should take the deal, but they might not be willing to because somebody else in the jail told them, oh, but if you just wait, you'll get a better deal. Well, that could be true, but it absolutely could be incorrect. So we need to be able to be clear, deal when they need to happen, but also hold their feet to the fire when they aren't appropriate.
How do you number 9, how do you communicate your expectations to your team, and what follow-up methods have you found to be effective?
So I think communication, or lack thereof, in the current office is very important. I think currently, at least in the nearly 8 years that I worked in the Grant County Prosecutor's Office, I don't think I had a single review the entire time I sat down with my direct supervisor, the prosecutor, and went over what goals I was expected to hit. And it doesn't need to be like a case filing goal. It needs to be like, I want to see you take 5 cases to trial this year. I want to see you grow as an attorney. We didn't have those. So I think you have to set very clear standards of this is what we're expecting. These are your goals. These are where we want you to improve on different skills. We want you to mentor somebody that is brand new to the office. And you have to be able to follow up with them, encourage them, and also provide them the opportunity to exceed and to accomplish those goals. I was given the opportunity to become a SAUSA with Eastern District Federal Court, where I went and I completed all of the many hours of paperwork and like 4-hour interview with an FBI agent about every bad decision I may have possibly made in my life, which we won't talk about, and was able to get sworn in and be a SAUSA where I could take things, but take them to federal court. If it wasn't appropriate to have them serve state time, maybe there was a better sentence that would be had in federal time, I could take them that way. Unfortunately, despite all those many hours and a lot of work on my part to get to that place, I wasn't given the time or opportunity to continue with that effectively. I wasn't able to go to Spokane to sit down with the USAs to be able to take things up. So I think when you have people in your office that want to do more, you need to encourage it. You need to encourage them to do more. You also need to take those people that are maybe just skating by, and you need to give them a challenge. You need to, hold them up. At the same time, taking your time to do that. But if they are not meeting the standards and the clear expectations of the entire office, you need to be able to say, okay, enough is enough. And that has not happened. If somebody is not doing their job correctly, and you are giving them the opportunity to improve, and you are taking the time to try to educate them and to raise them up to be a better employee, and they are not doing so, you need to be able to say, enough is enough. We need to stop. And maybe this is not the environment for you to be in. So you have to be very clear and encourage people to become better and support those that want to. And if they don't want to become better, they don't want to be a team, they don't want to grow, it's not the place for them. Thank you.
Describe a time when you received unfavorable feedback and how you used that feedback for growth.
Well, I could think of many. I encourage feedback. One of my favorite things is to meet with a jury after a trial and ask them, what can I do better? Because I'm not perfect. I'm only going to take the feedback I get and try to better myself. I think that one of the things that I've been told by many clerks is that I don't speak loud enough, which is something I think my mom and dad would disagree with as a child. But the clerks tell me when I'm in front of a jury, I need to speak up. So I try every time I'm there. I make sure I have my mic on and I'm trying to yell across the courtroom. To me, it's not natural. I'm not the born public speaker. I never liked public speaking. Why I came in this career, sometimes I question myself, but I try to get better at it. So I think that that's one thing that I've just in my trial practice I need to get better at. I need to become a stronger public speaker, and I think I get better every single time I'm in front of a jury, every time I'm in front of anyone talking. I think that I've been told that initially I might not be the easiest person to come and talk to because I tend to be very blunt. My husband has probably told me that the most, that sometimes my bluntness can come off like I'm not being compassionate enough. So I have tried to work on listening to people when they come to me with a problem. Stopping, listening. It's the same thing I tell people when they testify. Listen, wait a few minutes, seconds before you say something back. Think about your answer. I have found a lot of success with that and been told I'm more approachable with things because I will actually listen and actively listen. Ask questions to become more familiar with what the issue is instead of just assuming that I know exactly what they're talking about. Given that I have such a diverse history of working as a paralegal, legal assistant, I know how hard it can be to work for attorneys. We tend to think in a one-track mind and have a hard time listening to other people's opinions or ideas. But I was fortunate to be trained in a very different way. So I have a lot of respect for the crap, frankly, that legal assistants go through with attorneys every day, trying to keep us on the rails. So I think that when I hear a problem, I've gotten a lot better with stopping, listening to the issue, and also being approachable so that they feel comfortable coming to me.
Okay, number 11. What do you think will be most difficult or challenging about being the county prosecutor?
Well, I think that's going to be really kind of threefold. Number one, the current morale of the office is not good. It's been discussed many times over. You have staff that feels unappreciated. They are resentful of maybe other people in the office not pulling their own weight, not acting in a professional manner, and internal disagreements. So the first problem that's going to be addressed is trying to create a team. There should not be just an I. There's nobody in that office whose job is more important than another. Legal assistants work their tails off. They deserve credit and accolades. Same with victim witness coordinators, investigators, and attorneys. You have to work together. If you don't all work together, it's gonna fall apart. So I think that one of the biggest problems is gonna be trying to improve office morale, get staffing in that can be effective, hopefully get some more experienced attorneys. It's gonna be hard to do. Not a lot of people that are fresh out of law school or have an established family somewhere else that have been prosecuting for a number of years want to move to Grant County. But there are those people out there. We have to find them. We have to encourage people to have the experience, the years of being a trial attorney or a civil attorney to come here and be a part of our office and build their life in Grant County and sell them on how great this place can be. Another challenge will be improving the relationship we have with law enforcement. Unfortunately, I've heard from many law enforcement officers who have lost a lot of faith in how our office proceeds. They've lost faith in how cases are tried, how cases are dealt with, how they communicate with prosecutors, either getting inconsistent answers, seeing inconsistent resolutions, never hearing back from attorneys. If there is somebody that is trying to be a gang crime or sex offense prosecutor, well, then you need to be working with those detectives. They should know who you are. They should have your phone number. They should know that they can contact you whenever need be and that you can talk to them and help them through a problem. If there's search warrants that need to be reviewed, they need to know that they can go to you. So I think law enforcement needs to know that we're here. We need to build back up that relationship. It used to be that you would see officers walking through the prosecutor's office. You don't see that anymore. And not the way it used to be anyway. They need to know that they can come to you because they put their lives out there on the line every single day, but they need to also know that we have their back when it comes to going to court, seeing a case through, that their work isn't for naught. So that's going to be another problem. I think one of the problems I would personally have is I don't have experience with civil law, at least with regard to county civil law. I did work in an office that we dealt with plaintiffs' injuries in civil law or family law. I would need to be able to come in and educate myself, know what lawsuits are happening in Grant County, because there are plenty of civil lawsuits being handled that I need to be aware of. The prosecutor needs to know what's happening. The prosecutor needs to know what policies need to be changed or that are having questions. Needs to have a relationship with every department head so that when there's issues that you know who you need to go to. And also building that strong team there that can support you, because one person can't do it all. So I think that those are going to be the challenges that are going to be faced. The last one is also going to be, we have to build back up public perception. Right now, the public thinks that the prosecutor's office doesn't do anything. Every single person gets a slap on the wrist or gets, 2 months in jail. We need to educate them, build a social media platform, send out press releases. They need to see what happens. It was a very sad loss of the Grant County Journal that used to come out with the sheriff's blotters and the court blotter on a regular basis. I checked that my entire life to know who got arrested and who got in trouble or divorced. And you can't do that anymore. And though there's other media out there that have tried to pick up that slack, it's not there. As an office, we need to be able to go out and say, this is what happened. That case you saw on the news this morning, I woke up last night before going to bed. I saw it all over the, You're From Afraid to Win Facebook page about what happened downtown. I heard all the fire sirens in my backyard. Went in the house and said, what happened? We figured it out. They need to know what happened. We need to let the public know when there's a resolution with that case, what the resolution is. Not just so that they can sit back later and say, hey, remember that shooting that happened? I wonder what happened with that guy. Because far too often that's what happens. Nobody knows. So as an office, we need to send out press releases. We need to have a social media presence. It's public record. So it's not our job to get out there and not educate people. We need to tell them what the standards are, what they should be expecting, and be able to hold us accountable as well and ask questions when they need answers. Can we answer everybody's? Probably not. There's going to be questions out there that we're never going to be able to answer, at least not on a social media platform, but we need to at least try to be very clear and very transparent on what's happening. People need to see that the people that they have elected and the people that work for them, work in government, are actually doing something and how we can improve, because that's how we're going to know. Thank you.
Okay, number 12. What do you think are the most significant challenges facing the PA's office and its staff, and how do you plan to address these challenges?
Well, morale is going to be the first one, and it's going to be said time and time again. I think a lot of the challenges my answer is just going to significantly repeat everything that Mr. Guernsey and Mr. Jenks have said, because I think we all pretty much agree on what needs to be changed. There needs to be a significant improvement in morale. There needs to be staff given very clear guidelines. Everyone should be, coming to work, doing their job. Don't need the people that are doing their job getting saddled with more work and eventually burning out and eventually leaving because they feel unappreciated. I think that was a big thing that happened with me, and one of the reasons why I left. I felt unappreciated. I was going to trial on a very consistent basis and trying very significant cases, and I didn't get any feedback from my supervisors. And with the exception of Carol Hyland before she left, she was a cheerleader. When she left, I didn't hear anything from anyone. So it was very hard. So you have to hold people accountable, but at the same time, you have to encourage the people that you have. Morale just gets worse if people feel unappreciated. So that's going to be the biggest thing that needs to address. We need to build back up the team. I think that having the offices split, the district court side, the superior court side, it does nobody any good. It definitely does not build stronger attorneys. You have district court attorneys that could absolutely use the mentorship of seeing a senior prosecutor go to trial, helping with the felony level cases, and experiencing that when currently they are not. It is quite literally two separate offices, and there's very few people that can go back and forth in between. You need to build it all back together in one. And while space is very tight in Grant County, there's going to be changes happening. The Grant County Jail, the new jail is going to be up and running soon. They're coming along fantastic on progress. That means the sheriff's office is going to open up. Is that a possibility? We'd have to work with the powers that be in, buildings and figure out how we can get that back together. But the office needs to be put back together. Younger attorneys need to be able to see a mentorship, and that's what's going to make them vested in Grant County. That's going to give them the growth that they need to become better attorneys. So I think that are some of the most significant issues that I would want to address. Holding that professionalism is just going to be repeated over and over again. We have to hold that standard. Everyone needs to be representing Grant County and be proud. We need to get back into court in Superior Court. A number of attorneys at most still appear in every docket at WebEx, so online. That's an option given by the court ever since COVID, but is that the most appropriate way to go about it? Probably not. I think we need to get back in court. Attorneys need to be able to stand in a courtroom, stand in front of a judge, and use their voice and be an attorney, not just sit behind a computer where we see a messy office or somebody could be eating. There's a standard that we have to uphold. There's a lot of deals that can be worked out, a lot of case issues that can be resolved very quickly if you can just sit down and have a one-on-one with a defense attorney about a case. Right now, that's not happening. So I think one of the things that I would change very quickly is getting people back into court. Thank you.
Please share with us your top 3 strengths and 1 weakness, and what you have done to work on the weakness.
So I think I already talked about my one weakness a little bit. I have been told that I'm not always the easiest to approach when I can be very blunt about things, but I have greatly worked on that and having empathy and having active listening skills so that people can come to me. I think that before I left Grant County, I had a number of individuals coming to me with problems, partially because I was one of the more senior attorneys. I was part of the leadership team, the Brady Committee. If they had questions on sex crimes, they knew they could come to me anytime. They could call me on my cell phone and they knew it. So I have, over the years, tried to make myself more approachable. Sometimes having a stern look on my face might not make it that I'm the person that they expect to see. That could be a problem, but as long as I'm willing to sit down and talk to them, that's changed. So I think that that was definitely a weakness and something I still work on. Nobody's perfect. So sometimes I'm going to be busy and you're going to come in and want to ask me a question, and I have one thing on my mind, and it's that one thing that I need to get done immediately. And so I might not be the most approachable at that point in time, but also being able to communicate with people of, hey, I don't have the capacity. I can't talk to you about this issue right now, but let's schedule a time to do it. It's not that your concern isn't valid, but my capacity isn't a max. So that's a problem I have. I'm also a mom, so I can get, 50 million things going on my mind. One more might just throw me over the limit. Being able to tell people that is also a good way of being able to be approachable, but also put that clear boundary out there that I just, capacity-wise, cannot take one more thing on right this minute, but let's schedule time for tomorrow to do it. As for my strengths, I am a hard worker. I have worked hard since I was 16 years old, having a job at Safeway. I pride myself in my work. I take a lot of pride in what I do for a living. It isn't always easy. Being a prosecutor can be very thankless. It can also be incredibly rewarding. I have had the great pleasure of prosecuting cases that I got to stand up for victims and I got to see them get justice and ask them at the end of the day, do you feel that you got justice? And being able to have them tell me yes, it always makes me happy. It doesn't have to be the outcome that the general public thinks needs to happen. But if that victim thinks that they got justice, and on behalf of the state, I feel like that defendant is being held accountable, that makes my heart work. Absolutely working. Working long hours, that's something I've really always done. A little different now with a 4-year-old. She doesn't understand when I come home at 7 o'clock, especially when I have to put her down right away. So balancing the time can be kind of difficult, but I think that my work ethic is top notch, and the work product that I put out as a result is also high. So that would be the first. I'm honest. I am very much a what you see is what you get. If I make a mistake, I own up to it. I think that too many people expect to be scolded if they make a mistake instead of asking for help if they need it. So I am always willing to ask for help if I need it, always willing to own up if I fall short, and won't lie to anybody, and will hold myself to a higher standard than I would hold anybody else to. And other strength is, I think, the relationships I build with people. I have had a number of law enforcement officers reach out to me and tell me that they hope I do well and want to see me back here because they know that they can count on me. They can count on me to answer the phone if they need somebody to talk to. That they can count on me to follow up with them in the case. My job is not to fluff anybody up. So if there's a case that's not great, I will absolutely tell somebody that, listen, you don't got it, but here's what you can do. Sitting there round tabling things with people. The same goes with everybody else I work with. Like, we have to be able to hold each other accountable and give them the truth, give them and teach them how to do better. I had a number of officers that would get extremely frustrated that we wouldn't be charging attempts to elude. And absolutely, I get their concern. Somebody's speeding away from you over and over and over again, and the prosecutor's office isn't charging it. What else needs to be done? Well, I'd sit down with them. I'd go through the WIPIX, express to them, this is what we have to prove. This is what you need to add to your report. So building those relationships with law enforcement, also building them with other people in the office, having other attorneys come in and say, what do I need to know about this crime? How can I do better? What can we use to prove it? Be able to set out, if you have a problem with a case, you don't know if you want to take a trial, well, let's talk about it. So I build incredibly strong relationships with the people I work with. And I think that it shows based off of how we interact, and that I might not always tell you something that you like to hear, but at least I'm going to help you get to where you need to be. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that will conclude our interviews for today. Are there any final things that we need to address, Cora? Oh,
We have public comment, a minute each. We have 32 callers. And I just want to say, I did go into the prosecutor's office last week, and you three are considered part of the dream team. So I think I just want to say, whatever decision we make, it will not be a wrong decision. And just kudos to you three, because your team that sitting over there was very excited with the prospect of all of you or some of you coming back, one of you coming back. So I think just the fact that you are here today speaks volumes that you want to make a difference. So thank you.
all right, then we will open up the public comment to the room to begin with. Do we have any public comment sitting in the room with us? Seeing none, hearing none. Caitlin, we will go to our online listeners. We have 28 call-in users still online with us.
Yes, I think the best way to do this, if you would like to make a public comment, if you could raise your hand. If you are calling in on a phone, you can dial *9 and that will raise your hand, and I will unmute, or I will give you the ability to unmute as I see it.
I'm not seeing any hand raises. Caitlin?
I am not seeing any either.
Oh, we got one.
Yes. We had a winner. We got a bid.
I have an iPhone guest. You have the ability to unmute.
We have one. Caitlin, I'm not seeing that they're muted unless they're muted on their own phone.
It shows unmuted here also. Looks like they're trying.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. This is Christina Crowder. Are you there?
Yes.
Okay. This is Christina Crowder. I work at New Hope. I have worked a lot with Miss Biddle and a little bit with Brandon Guernsey. And I just wanted to say that Carly is tremendously thorough on any sex case that we have. And she is very honest with you. Like if you have a case that's going to make it to a trial or a plea deal, is very considerate of the victims. And yeah, and in any way, whether it goes to trial or not, make sure that they feel like they have had justice. And Guernsey is very thorough, like just from start to finish, and is very good at communicating, and is like pro victims' rights and feeling heard. That's all I want to say.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any more raising, Caitlin? I don't see any.
Yes, Tom Gaines has raised his hand. You have the ability to unmute now, sir.
Thank you very much. Tom Gaines, the Central Services Director. I have a question for Ms. Spittle, but for all three. We all agree that space is at a premium here, and having the prosecutor's offices split has made it difficult, and we would all love to see them all under one roof. If that can't be done right away, what do you envision as a teamwork exercise, team building exercise? How do you affect morale when you can't bring those offices together immediately?
Just a minute, Tom. I think you can make comments, but I don't believe, I just need to clarify that we can actually ask questions.
Okay, that's okay. All right, sorry.
For HR for direction.
Yes, comments only, no questions.
Oh, okay, sorry.
We can round table on that question after this whole process is over though, Tom.
Yes.
All three mentioned that.
And Tom, thank you for turning down the air. If I am warm, it must be really hot in here. So I texted Tom, just turn down the AC.
Is there any additional public comment online? Hearing none. Last chance in the room. Any public comment?
I'll say something, Rob. Sheriff Joey Crete, I will tell you as a law enforcement representative, it's quite an honor to have these three sitting here vying for this position. I'm glad I'm not in the commissioner's seat to make this decision because it'll be a tough one. But Cindy already said it, it's kind of one of those decisions, it's kind of a win-win, but I look at it as one of those good problems to have. So great job by all three candidates, honestly, great job and very good representation of themselves and what to look forward to in the county in the future. So
thank you,
great
Sheriff.
job.
Kim Allen, County Clerk. I just wanted to say thank you to all three of you for putting your names in the hat, stepping up, worked with all three of you. I agree with Cindy and Joey that it's a win-win-win. So thank you.
It's a win-win-win until you're an elected official, then you find out what a winner you are. Kidding.
Then we can talk later.
Decision? When is the board gonna make it?
The board will make a decision. Hopefully, we'll have it together. I actually requested that we sleep over after this interview. I just always feel better when I sleep on something. And hopefully we come together tomorrow morning at 8:30 to 8:45 to talk about the prosecuting attorney appointment.
Is that gonna be executive session then during that
We
time?
may go into executive session we have the ability to go into executive session to discuss this. There's an RCW that allows us to do that, and then we will come out of session to make a decision. So it's kind of the plan.
All right, I'm
Do you
good with
need-
it.
Do you need a motion to close the public comment portion?
Not usually during HR type meetings. I don't know, the last time we did this, we didn't take public comment for an elected official decision.
I know we've done this differently, so.
Do you want us to be here tomorrow morning? Or
That would be a really good idea, yeah, if you'd like to hear the answer. Or I don't know, you can listen online.
How will you make the announcement to the county, to our office in particular?
We will probably.
You gonna be here tomorrow too?
So traditionally, the board, Caitlin or Barb will draft a letter on behalf of the board and it would be emailed. That's how appointments, that's how the interview process has gone in the past. So I would anticipate something similar happening.
And we will try to get that email out as soon as possible.
Yeah.
We'll be on pins and needles, waiting.
Mostly pens. That's the process. Mr. Chair, I move that we close the public comment portion of this interview session.
I'll second that. Motion and second, any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passes. Do we need a motion to adjourn this?
I so moved.
I'll second.
Motion and second, any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passes. We are adjourned. Thank you, everybody, for coming. Thank you, candidates. You guys did great.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Made our job really difficult. Thank you for that.
I never liked making things.
Thank you all call-in users. We had the most we've ever had today, so kudos. And we will adjourn at 5:17 p.m.